The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the Honorable Alex Dominguez of Cameron County.
Members, as we gather today to do the work of the people, to present, to discuss, and to debate legislation, I ask that our voices and actions be driven by a force for the good of our constituents and to resist the external forces that sow fear and distrust. Let us pray. A reading from the book of Ephesians. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Members, let us pray each day not to battle each other, but rather to battle ideas, to battle the forces of evil with the forces for good, to improve the lives of our fellow Texans. May this force be with you. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Ken Keene of Hemphill County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in the gallery, please join me in our nation's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, there's a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
I met the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 139, Buckley, sponsor Powell, relating to state occupational...
Is Mr. Guerin on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to set a local consent and resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 11th.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, please take your seats. We have a recognition this morning. The chair recognizes Ms. Button for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are so happy to be here to celebrate Asian American Heritage Month. We have HR 826. But we're not going to just read that. That would be boring. So we're going to have a little bit of more charming style, okay? This Asian American Heritage Month celebration started as a whole month celebration in 1992. According to the latest census estimation, Asian American population in the United States is going to exceed 5%. How about that? And then just look at it in our Texas House of Representatives. Now our Asian American caucus has turned into be 4.5 members.
Oh. Thank you.
say half because his wife is from Taiwan. And you're free to join us. We don't charge anything. And also, the speaker wants everybody to know that he spent 3 weeks visiting Asia as a member of the Young Leaders Delegation, and he truly enjoyed the visit. So let's celebrate. Sorry, we don't have any candies or whatever due to the restrictions, but I want you to celebrate with us and go home and open a couple of fortune cookies. And you know, each of them is going to say, your bill will pass real soon. So, thank you.
Sounds good, AC. You want anything?
I just want to say happy Asian month, and let's celebrate tonight. Let's go out and eat Asian food. We have Chinese restaurant, Korean, Vietnamese, Thai around the Austin area.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Thank you, members. Normally at this time of the year, during a session, we would have hundreds, if not almost thousands, of Asian American community members from across the state in the gallery, around the Capitol. And that celebration has gotten bigger every session. And like my first session was the first session that the community started organizing, started coming up here. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, many people decided to cancel it this time. But we're hoping next session that we have an even larger crowd. And the reason for this is because the Asian American community is the single fastest growing community in the United States and in Texas as well. And one of the things I want to remind you is the Asian community is far more than just Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese, Korean, but it also includes Pacific Islanders, also includes South Asians, Indians, Pakistanis, Malaysians, many others. And what I would encourage all of you to do is to seek out the beauty, the diversity, and the wonders within your own community. And you have a large Asian American population within all of your districts that you may have never met, that you may have never been to their celebrations, that you may not have enjoyed their awesome food. Go find them and join their celebrations and celebrate with all Texans and enjoy their wonderful, beautiful culture that they bring to our wonderful state, and maybe have a nice jacket made.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm glad to be the half member of this group. As a lot of y'all know, my wife is an immigrant from Hong Kong, and I always told her that the day we got married, I would consider half Chinese because that's who our children would be, and we have one daughter. A lot of y'all met her, so it's really great to be here and really participate with these folks, as well as support the Asian community that's in our district, which we have a very large Asian community. Glad to think for the benefit and things that they offer to us in Texas. So thank y'all very much.
Does the gentleman yield for questions, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker?
yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
I don't know if you're advised, but my wife's Filipina, so I figure if I got an invite, we could round you up to a full one. I mean, I'm part
Come
of
on down.
Okay.
Come on down. That would give us 5. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, members. You all make us feel so happy, so proud to be a member of the Texas House. And I just realized our caucus is adding number on every minute. We have a quarter of Representative Tim Parker. Your sister-in-law is Asian American, and also Representative Phil King. One of his granddaughters. Two granddaughters are Asian American. You have 3. Wow! I tell you what.
Let the record show that the caucus is up to 6.257. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
thank
Speaker.
you very much.
Could the remarks that were made regarding this recognition be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading HB 20. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 20 by Murr, relating to the release of defendants on bail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, we engaged in thoughtful and detailed debate yesterday on this bill. Appreciate your serious consideration. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final pass of HB 20. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 98 ayes, 46 nays, HB 20 is finally passed. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SCR 10, SCR 13, SCR 14, SCR 15, SCR 16, SCR 19, SCR 35, SCR 25, SCR 36, SCR 40, SB 479, SB 599, SB 635, SB 669, SB 863, SB 872, SB 1203, SB 1212, SB 1280, SB 1367, SB 1523,
The chair lays out on third reading HB 2000. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2000 by Huberty relating to the funding of utility reliability projects with the Texas Water Development Board and other entities authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds, granting rulemaking authority, and making an appropriation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the House Bill 2000 that is specifically related to the weatherization of our plants, our power plants, where we lost 50 lives last year. This is the bill that we voted out 125 yeses yesterday. Been working with Chairman Turner, Representative Mays on some perfecting amendments. We do have a couple amendments on third reading that will be acceptable, but we want to explain them, so let's lay those out right now.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Huberty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Chairman Turner and I worked on this amendment together. Yesterday, if you recall, we had a lengthy discussion about the money going towards building power plants. That is not what this does. This is for winterization only. So on the engrossed version of the bill, lines 14 through 19, page 10, we are removing the section of the bill that says, or other privately owned dispatchable sources of electricity or weatherization, privately owned dispatchable source of electricity constructed before September 1st, 2022, because we believe the top portion very specifically deals with the fact that they are not able to access these funds to build new generation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a question.
The gentleman yield for a question. He yields.
Thank you, Representative Huberty. And so appreciate you coming to me out with this morning. And I think, am I right in what happened yesterday is you had a perfecting amendment that you put on first and included some of the language that is very similar to the amendment that I subsequently added. But the goal of both amendments is the same, which is to say that this fund cannot be used to subsidize or otherwise support the construction of new generation in the state of Texas. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct. And so we kind of flew over each other, when we did our amendments because we knew we missed it originally, and we were very clear. This is about winterization only, meeting the governor's emergency item that we were trying to create. And I know you probably had some calls from your generators, as we did yesterday. And so as we talked through this, we recognize that I think we came to an agreement that we want this. We both agree that we don't want this used for new generation. We don't want those to be going to incentivize that. We want them to fix the problem so we don't have this happen again.
Right. And so we're with this amendment, with the amendment that you added in yesterday and the rest of the bill as written as it goes to third reading here, it is your intent and the legislature's intent that none of the funds established by this program or made available by this program will be used for new generation, only for weatherization of existing generation.
Yeah, the generation. And then also it has, the broadband and the natural gas pipes and things of that nature,
yes.
The other components that exist within that we gave to the Texas Water Development Board. That is correct.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask that the dialogue between Representative Huberty and myself on this amendment be reduced to writing and placed in the journal for purposes of legislative intent.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Huberty sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Objection, adoption. Amendment, chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Middleton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Middleton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I worked with the bill author yesterday on this, and it's the language I identified on page 9, and currently says the board may not consider federal tax subsidies in prioritizing projects, and this changes it to the board shall consider federal tax subsidies in prioritizing projects. So it's acceptable to author. I've worked with the Comptroller's Office
Mr.
and
Turner,
the Water
for purpose.
Development Board.
The gentleman yield for some questions.
I do.
He yields.
Thank you, Representative Middleton. I'm looking at this amendment. I'm seeing it for the first time. So can you give it a little more context here? Because the amendment just reads by striking the board may not and substituting the board shall. So in the context of the bill, what substantively are we changing
So
with this amendment?
we've worked with the Comptroller's Office on this and the Water Development Board, and it doesn't impact the intent of the bill and how these projects are going to be awarded. But really, the main intent of this is that should be weighed. So when there are federal tax subsidies related to projects, that should be considered in awarding grants. That's just an important factor. Right now, we're prohibited from considering that under the bill, and this changes it to they shall consider it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Representative. Can you just say the last part again?
So right now, they're prohibited from considering federal tax subsidies in prioritizing these projects. So in other words, there could be a situation where someone could be almost there, right? So there could be a very generous federal tax credit subsidy that nearly gets the project paid for, right? Or nearly makes it achievable with only a very small amount of state money. And the purpose of this is really to winterize our utilities,
right.
And we need to get the maximum impact for our state money. And what this does is it makes sure we maximize that impact.
Great. All right. Thank you for explaining it to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Middleton sent up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption. Amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've worked very hard. I want to thank the Speaker's staff, Ross particularly, for all the work and my staff that they did on this. This bill will save lives, and it meets the governor's emergency item. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2000. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Huberty voting aye. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. All members voting. There being 138 ayes and 9 nays, HB 2000 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3012. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3012 by Guerin, relating to charitable raffles conducted by the charitable foundations of certain professional sports teams.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is enabling legislation to allow professional rodeos, men's and women's, to have charitable raffles. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3012. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Thank you. All members voting. There being 129 ayes, 18 nays, HB 3012 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2025. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2025 by Hunter, relating to certain statutes and governmental actions that relate to the federal census.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Census Safety Net bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2025. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2025 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2716. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2716 by King of Uvalde, relating to recommendations made by the Parks and Wildlife Department and intervention by the Parks and Wildlife Department in matters regarding certain permits.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that allows the Texas Parks and Wildlife to participate in some TCEQ contested case hearings. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2716. It is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 91 ayes, 54 nays, HB 2716 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1294. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1294 by Guillen, relating to the exemption of rural transit districts from motor fuel taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides a fuel tax exemption for rural transit districts. And move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 88 ayes, 57 nays, HB 1294 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2667. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2667 by Smithy, relating to the definition of telecommunication providers in the Texas Universal Service Fund, authorizing an assessment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the USF bill that we passed yesterday, and I believe there's one third reading amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ashby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment. I appreciate Chairman Smithy working with me. It just ensures that the nearly 1 million households in Texas served by our mid-sized telephone companies who currently receive funds from the USF are not unintentionally excluded from this very good bill. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Ashby sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2667. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 127 ayes, 21 nays, HB 2667 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3037. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3037 by Raymond, relating to the regulation of referral agencies for senior living communities, providing civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is relating to the regulation of referral agencies for senior living communities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3037. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 93 ayes, 54 nays, HB 3037 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3697. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3697 by Hernandez, relating to the eligibility for unemployment compensation of certain employees who leave the workplace to care for a minor child.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3697 prohibits unemployment insurance applicants from being disqualified for consideration if they involuntarily left the workplace to care for their minor child due to an unforeseen emergency. And there's a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson and Brazoria.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will assist the Texas Workforce Commission in cracking down on fraudulent unemployment claims. It will allow the TWC to enter into a no-cost, no-obligation pilot program using real-time data to fight waste, fraud, and abuse in employment claims. Move adoption.
Mr. Thompson sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3697. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 109 ayes, 38 nays, HB 3697 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 783. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 783 by Serie A, relating to the powers and duties of the Parks and Wildlife Department regarding wind-powered energy devices, providing civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Serie to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 783 allows Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission to decide where wind-powered energy devices are placed in Val Verde County. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 783. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, HB 783 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2406. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2406 by Davis, relating to the qualifications of experts in certain healthcare liability claims.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that we passed yesterday that allows chiropractors to be expert witnesses in those areas of their practice. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 2406. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 2 nays, HB 2406 is finally passed. Please excuse Representative Lambert because of important business in the district. On the motion, Representative Stuckey. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1698. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1698 by Rainey, relating to authorizing an optional county fee on vehicle registration in certain counties to be used for transportation projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the bill.
House Bill 16988 allows counties to address their own transportation needs and requires voter approval. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1698. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 94 ayes, 52 nays, HB 1698 is finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading HB 3948. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3948 by King of Uvalde relating to the production and regulation of hemp and consumable hemp products, providing administrative penalties, imposing and authorizing fees, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that makes sure that the farmers and folks that participate in the industrial hemp industry in the state of Texas remain competitive with the rest of the United States by staying close to the federal rules. I move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 3948. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 132 ayes, 13 nays, HB 3948 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1416. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1416 by Capriglione relating to the definition of business day for purposes of public information law.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Members, the PIA does not adequately address modern-day work scenarios in which employees work remotely from home, like when a government office is physically closed to the public during the COVID pandemic. HB 1416 helps define the business day for the purpose of the PIA. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1416. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1416 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3015. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3015 by Hernandez relating to a governmental body's response to a request for public information.
Chair recognizes Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain HB 3015.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3015 would require governmental bodies to respond to a PIA either by letting the requester know that they do not have the responsive documents or if the documents cannot be disclosed due to a previous Attorney General determination. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3015. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3015 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 157. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 157 by Rodriguez relating to requirements regarding an employee's normal weekly hours of work under the Shared Work Unemployment Compensation Program.
Now the chair recognizes Mr. Rodriguez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives employers more options when developing a shared work plan if they choose to enroll in the voluntary shared work program administered by the TWC. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 157. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 89 ayes, 56 nays, HB 157 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2169. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2169 by Sanford relating to eligibility requirements for license to carry a handgun.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2169 allows those who are behind on their taxes or other monies owed to the government to still have their LTC.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 2169. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 129 ayes, 16 nays, HB 2169 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1739. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1739 by Romero relating to certain contracts regarding airports and associated air navigation facilities operated by on or behalf of the local government.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1739 protects American companies, American jobs against those convicted of stealing intellectual property.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1739. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1739 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 448. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 448 by Bales relating to the right of property owners to file complaints against certain entities regulated by the Railroad Commission of Texas regarding alleged misconduct by the entities while exercising eminent domain authority providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain the bill.
House Bill 448 would address the rights of private property owners to file complaints against certain entities while exercising eminent domain authority. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bales.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain the amendment.
Speaker, members, this is a small technical cleanup as to not open Section 21 of the Property Code. It's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Bales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bales.
Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 448. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 448 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 159. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 159 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to improving training and staff development for primary and secondary educators to enable them to more effectively serve all students.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, HB 159, passed out of Pub Ed unanimously to help ensure that we are identifying all our special ed children. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 159. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Show Ms. Swanson voting no. Being 103 ayes, 42 nays, HB 159 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4240. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4240 by Raymond, relating to local regulation to enforce child custody orders, authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4240 would allow local ordinances to enforce child custody orders. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 4240. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. Being 116 ayes, 26 nays, HB 4240 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2468. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2468 by Thompson and Brazoria, relating to programs established and funded under the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Thompson and Brazoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2468 will allow TCEQ to use existing funds to purchase, maintain, upgrade air monitoring equipment in non-attainment areas. Move passage.
That's not on this one. Question occurs in the final passage, HB 2468. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 134 ayes, 12 nays, HB 2468 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1973. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1973 by Canales, relating to the investigation of municipal firefighters.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the firefighter due process bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1973. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1973 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2702. The clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
HB 2702 by Landgraf, relating to the protection order registry maintained by the Office of Court Administration of the Texas Judicial System and the removal of a vacated protective order from the registry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill updates the protective order registry that's administered by the Office of Court Administration. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 2702. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 145 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2702 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3287. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3287 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the provision of certain co-navigation services to persons who are deafblind.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Could you imagine living your life being both deaf and blind? HB 3287 works to make sure that our deaf and blind communities have the necessary tools to navigate this world. I would like to thank Chairman Frank, Doc Anderson, and Chair Lozano for their support and their help in getting, and Representative Hinojosa for getting this bill through the process. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3287. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 110 ayes, 34 nays, HB 3287 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2219. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2219 by Canales, relating to the issuance of Texas Mobility Fund obligations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Mobility Fund reauthorization, and I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2219. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 114 ayes, 31 nays, HB 2219 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3069. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3069 by Holland, relating to statutes of limitations and repose for certain claims involving the construction or repair of an improvement to real property or equipment attached to real property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that deals with the statute of repose on construction design defects for public building. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3069. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes, 3 nays, HB 3069 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2199. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2199 by Parker, relating to the establishment of the Digital Identity Work Group.
Chair recognizes Mr. Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that will establish the Digital Identity Working Group. I do have one amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
It's a GO.
Amendment by Parker.
This amendment very
Chair
simply...
recognizes Mr. Parker to explain the amendment.
Just very simply puts it under the guise of DIR.
Mr. Parker sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair sees none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Parker to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 2199. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 3 nays, HB 2199 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3502. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3502 by Lambert, relating to organization of meetings of and voting by condominium unit owners associations and property owners associations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Lambert's bill. Bill updates the Texas Property Code to specifically reference the ability to electronically vote, and I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3502. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 140 ayes, 4 nays, HB 3502 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 957. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 957 by Oliverson, relating to local, state, and federal regulation of firearm suppressors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 957 would make the sale, manufacturing, and ownership of Texas-made firearm suppressors legal and helps to reduce overburdensome regulations placed on firearm suppressors.
Ms. Johnson of Harris, for what purpose?
Will the author yield to some questions?
Will the author yield for the questions?
Sure.
Gentleman
Thank you,
yields.
Dr. Oliverson. I wanted to visit with you today because we did not talk about the bill yesterday.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure some of the aspects that we were dealing with were clearly established. This bill, House Bill 957, is regarding the regulation of silencers.
Suppressors.
And suppressors.
Suppressors. There's no such thing as a silencer. But
So silencers and suppressors.
Silencers do not exist, but there are suppressors.
Okay. A suppressor
Yes.
is meant to muffle the amount of decibels that are put out by the firing of the shot.
Yes, it reduces the impact noise that is generated by the exit of the bullet out of the muzzle of the rifle or the
And the
pistol.
suppressor is meant to be brought down to about what decibel?
So depends on the kind of round that you're using and the type of weapon. But as an example, if you were using a rifle without a suppressor, the sound is about 165 decibels, which is twice as loud as a jet takeoff. With a suppressor, it drops to about 140 decibels, which is equivalent to being on the deck of an active aircraft carrier.
And 120 decibels is being in a bar.
Okay.
131 or 141 was the NFL record for just screams in a stadium.
Okay.
Okay. This law also suggests that because, and I'm asking, is the intent of the author that by putting everything in Texas, you're avoiding any federal regulation to a, quote, what you're calling suppressor?
So the intent of the regulation stems from the fact that there is a CDC study that recommends the use of a firearm suppressor whenever possible. So we have federal agencies recommending their use whenever someone is shooting a firearm.
And so just to be clear, if we're talking about the concept of a suppressor, that may be for somebody who has sensitive ears or doesn't want to have hearing loss,
Not
correct?
necessarily, because according to the CDC study, even a normal healthy person who's repeatedly exposed to impact noise will sustain permanent hearing loss. Their number one recommendation of all of their conclusions was to use a firearm suppressor whenever possible to avoid permanent hearing loss.
And if an individual is practicing at a firing range by choice, they also have the ability to use ear protectants that would also reduce the decibel and the impact on the ear canal, correct?
Those are also recommendations, but they were not as highly recommended as using a firearm suppressor.
But unfortunately, not everybody is a reasonable gun owner, and some people use weapons to harm
Representative,
others.
this bill is not about the reasonableness or unreasonableness. This is about hearing protection. This is about following CDC guidelines.
And you want that every suppressor to be stamped made in Texas?
So the suppressor, if it was manufactured in Texas, could be stamped made in Texas. That's my understanding.
You've also limited any regulation by, quote, among others, boards, which could be school boards, councils, which could be our local councils, courts, which could be a court where I work, and university and higher education systems from making any changes.
So, Representative, a firearm suppressor is just a piece of metal unless it's attached to a firearm. This does nothing to change existing laws in place with respect to where firearms can be carried or not carried.
But your statement is that any regulation by any of these entities, including schools, with regard to suppressors,
To a
as you call it,
suppressor, which, again, I will repeat what I just said, has nothing to do with a firearm, and by itself is just a piece of metal.
and a suppressor is
You
useless
can't, unless
without
you
a
want to
gun.
hit somebody with it.
But
It's
a
not a
suppressor
dangerous
is
device.
useless without a gun.
It is. So the point that you're making, I think, is that we're saying we could take suppressors into places. The point I'm trying to make is that without a gun, it's just basically a cylindrical piece of metal that has no real practical purpose other than a paperweight.
Exactly. And that's why suppressor with made in Texas is going to be attached to a gun. I want to also highlight everybody hem and hawed when I said silencer and said suppressor. And I understand that that's a term that you're using, but you're also cutting out.
Well, and I think it's important, since you brought it up, let's have that conversation. That is a Hollywood myth. And just like you can, we talk about cars with mufflers, it doesn't make them silent.
Okay.
There is no such thing as a silent firearm.
How about this? The law that you're repealing for Penal Code 4605A, that you're scratching out, a firearm silencer.
Suppressor?
That's not, no. Read your bill.
Suppressor.
A firearm silencer is
Well, that's
what
a
you're
misnomer,
deleting. That's not a Hollywood myth, right?
It's a misnomer.
That's the Texas law
It's a
you
misnomer.
are cutting out with this bill.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can call it an apple, you can call it a red apple, a green apple, whatever. It's a misnomer, and it's not
just calling it the
representative
word
of
you're
what the
trying to
device
delete from our
actually
law.
does.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Israel, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Dr. Tom. Chairman Alderson, how many? I'm always leery about these things and them being vendor bills. How many silencer manufacturers are there in the state of Texas?
I'm not aware. I don't
So
know.
this isn't intended to benefit one particular manufacturer over another?
No, ma'am. I think I made the intent of the bill pretty clear, that this is to support the CDC guidelines recommending their use.
Why was this a criminal offense under the Penal Code?
I believe it's listed in the National Firearms Act as a dangerous device.
Okay. And again, why do people use them? Is it your intention that these be something that's helpful on the firing range or helpful anytime anybody is using
So
a
the
gun?
typical reasons that people would use them, and with respect to hearing protection, that's the main reason. I would also point out that a suppressor has the added benefit of reducing the felt recoil, so they can be very helpful to somebody that's learning to shoot for the first time, and they're kind of, people sometimes squeeze the trigger and they jerk because they're afraid that it's going to hit them in the shoulder. And so what a suppressor will do is it will limit the amount of recoil that is felt. So they're also very useful training devices when you're working with somebody who's either very inexperienced with firearms or has sort of a bad habit of instead of squeezing the trigger, they're jerking because they're anticipating that they're going to get hit in the shoulder.
Is my understanding, though, that the prominent standard for those who are they're in a firing range or they're in training mode is earplugs and other ear protection, correct?
Depends on the location, but I would just submit to you that there are other locations where one might engage in using a firearm that would not necessarily be an indoor, firearms range, such as hunting or even potentially defending their property. There are other circumstances where that loud noise could permanently damage someone's hearing.
Did any healthcare organizations testify in support of this bill?
I'm not sure who testified in support or against the bill.
I don't believe they did, but I wanted to ask you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you for bringing this bill. So you said it earlier, but just so the body knows, there's no such thing as a truly silent firearm.
Yes, sir, Representative. There is no such thing.
And most people, they get their information about silencers from movies like James Bond. Does that even exist?
My understanding is that those noises aren't even real firearm noises. They're sort of Hollywood magic, but that's not, and you and I both know that's not what it sounds like.
So if you put a suppressor on, let's just say a .223 caliber, it is still reasonably loud, isn't that correct?
Oh, absolutely. You can definitely hear it more than a block away.
So one of the things that people don't realize that's also ranches and people in South Texas, you also do it so you don't scare every other animal in the area, and you also don't bother the neighbors to the extent that they would hear a normal rifle round. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, I would point out, talking about some of the things that we know about these devices, is that there are countries across the Atlantic Ocean that are far more restrictive on firearm ownership that essentially require you to use a suppressor. You can buy a suppressor in a hardware store, but you can't buy a gun in a hardware store in places like France and Germany.
Yeah, I believe a couple sessions ago, Senator now Drew Springer, characterized this as a hearing protection device. And I'll tell you, I own several suppressors, and it is truly a hearing protection device. And you also mentioned something that's really important, is that it also reduces recoil, which is also something that's a safety device in and of itself. I think that most people, Dr. Alderson, have never seen one, have never shot with one, or don't understand that this is not a spy movie device. This is actually something that's actually really a safety device, and I thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Slater, for what purpose? Gentleman yield for
Does the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, of course.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing this bill. Real quick, do you know about 100 years ago, are you aware that having a suppressor at a gun range was considered good gun etiquette?
I am aware of that, Representative, and in fact, as I was just mentioning, there are countries you can go overseas where essentially you're not allowed on the firing range without one.
Yeah. Also, last question, are you aware that a pregnant mother, is able to fire a gun with a suppressor during the third trimester? So having suppressors is a great thing for pregnant mothers and third trimester. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, it makes the shooting sports not only more enjoyable, but safer for all.
Yeah, removes the compression. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Krause, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Of course.
Gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields.
Hey, thank you, Chairman Alderson. I think we're even losing sight of maybe the most important principle that we have here, which is the difference between interstate and intrastate commerce. And what we're...
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Yeah, and what your bill is saying, I know we're talking about suppressors and those things and the particulars, but really it's even a bigger constitutional principle that any suppressor made in Texas that stays in Texas is not subject to federal regulation. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And that's because the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, allows the federal government to regulate interstate commerce, but here, since it's staying in Texas, it's just intrastate. Correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 957. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 95 ayes, 51 nays, HB 957 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 158. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 158 by theory, relating to Medicaid coverage of doula services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, doula-assisted mothers have a significant improvement in pregnancy and birth outcomes. Data shows that doulas reduce the rate of cesarean births, which helps reduce the cost to our state. This bill will establish a pilot program to include doulas in the scope of services for pregnant moms already covered on Medicaid program. I want to thank all the members for the bipartisan support to reducing maternal mortality and improving our birth outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 158. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Members, you have time to vote from your desk. You've all voted. Being 105 ayes, 40 nays, HB 158 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2505. The clerk will...
HB 20.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we reduce to writing the conversation between Representatives Ann Johnson, Representative Oliverson, and Representative Israel on House Bill 957 and place in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2505. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2505 by Smith, relating to the operation of a watercraft while intoxicated.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this makes BWI with a child younger than 15 a state jail felony, just like driving while intoxicated with a child of that age is. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 2505. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 130 ayes, 15 nays, HB 2505 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 30. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30 by Tallarico, relating to educational requirements for certain incarcerated students.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives incarcerated minors the chance to earn a high school diploma. Just want to thank my co-authors, Chairman Murr, Chairman White, and Representative Wu. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 30. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 142 ayes, 1 nay, HB 30 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1225. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1225 by Campos, relating to an evaluation by the Housing and Health Services Coordination Council of the 211 services provided by the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill will evaluate the 211 Information and Referral Network. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1225. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 110 ayes, 35 nays, HB 1225 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2990. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2990 by Morales-Shaw, relating to a requirement to make certain environmental and water use permits applications available online.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply codifies keeping certain TCEQ applications online that the pandemic brought online. It had tremendous support from stakeholders that want to keep it that way. I thank those who brought this bill and the predecessor authors, and with that, I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 2990. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2990 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1505. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1505 by Patty, relating to attachments for broadband service on utility poles owned by an electric cooperative.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the rural broadband bill that we passed yesterday. I do have a couple of cleanup amendments.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment was requested by the Comptroller's Office to give them more time to implement rules and clarifies that administrative costs would be recoverable from the broadband pole fund. I move adoption.
Mr. Patty sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second third reading amendment changes the bill from may to shall, which was a correction we need to be made with regards to the Comptroller's duty to reimburse eligible costs from the poll fund. And move adoption.
Mr. Patty sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Patty to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1505. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 138 ayes, 7 nays, HB 1505 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 13. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 13 by Birdwell, relating to contracts with investments in companies that boycott certain energy companies.
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill yesterday. They prohibit state agencies from investing in or contracting with companies that boycott Texas energy companies. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final pass of SB 13. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lamont voting aye. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 40 nays, SB 13 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1260. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1260 by Birdwell, relating to the authority of the Railroad Commission of Texas to contract for the treatment of and sell drill cuttings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1260 authorizes the Railroad Commission to engage with contractors for the purpose of recycling drill cuttings. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 1260. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 143 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1260 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1809. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1809 by Hancock, relating to the enforcement of insurance laws, including laws governing the unauthorized business of insurance, authorizing administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1809 acts on the biennial recommendation by TDI to strengthen the Commission's authority to stop unauthorized insurance schemes. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of SB 1809. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted? Being 142 ayes, 3 nays, SB 1809 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1338. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1338 by Zaffarini, relating to disclosure requirements for agreements to municipal annexation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, 1338 further protect citizens and their rights when dealing with municipalities and attempted forced annexation.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 1338. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1338 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 721. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 721 by shortener, relating to the disclosure of appraisal reports in connection with the use of eminent domain authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. SB 721 requires disclosure of appraisals used at a special commission's hearing at least 3 days before the hearing. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 721. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, SB 721 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 567. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 567 by Huffman, relating to the powers and duties of the Domestic Relations Office.
Chair recognizes Ms. Niabi to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senator Huffman's bill to allow Domestic Relations Office to file suit to clarify or modify possession or access orders. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 567. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Niabi voting aye. Have all voted? Being 144 ayes, 1 nay, SB 567 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 725. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 725 by shortener, relating to the qualification of land for appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes as agricultural land and the liability for the additional tax imposed on such land if the use of the land changes as a result of condemnation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 725 ensures property owners are not forced to pay rollback taxes on land qualified as agricultural use when it is forcibly taken from them at no fault of their own through eminent domain. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of SB 725. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lamont voting aye. Have all voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, SB 725 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1954. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1954 by Hancock, relating to the pledge or encumbrance of an insurer's assets under the Asset Protection Act.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1954 updates the Asset Protection Act to reflect existing marketplace practices relative to the pledging of assets and add greater clarity for insurers as to how to comply with the Act. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of SB 1954. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1954 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 346. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 346 by Paxton, relating to the participation of open enrollment charter schools in Jobs and Education for Texans JET grant program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill we passed yesterday that allows charter schools to participate in the JET grant program. There is an amendment, and I'd like to lay the amendment out.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment.
This is a third reading amendment because there was an amendment put on in the Senate that allowed nonprofit organizations to participate in this program, and that's not something we want to do. And what this amendment does is takes nonprofits out of it, and I move adoption.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I close and thank you.
Question occurs on the final passage of SB 346. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 123 ayes, 20 nays, SB 346 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which SB 1338 was finally passed.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1338. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1338 by Zaffarini relating to disclosure requirements for agreements to municipal annexation.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Yes, members, the municipality will disclose if they have waived immunity.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Question occurs on final passage of SB 1338. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Sanford voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Stevenson voting aye. Show Ms. Israel voting aye. Show Ms. Slauson voting aye. Have all voted. 144 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1338 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 3813 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3813 by Harris relating to the authority of certain municipalities to impose regulations on amplified sound from certain venues.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 3813 under Rule 8, Section 10, and Article 3, Section 56 of the Constitution.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3813 until June 1st at 10 a.m.
Members have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted.
The chair lays out HB 4139 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4139 by Coleman, relating to the Office for Health Equity.
The chair recognizes Mr. Coleman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 4139 creates the Office of Health Equity within the Health and Human Services Commission, and this is to promote, to minimize health disparities among people by race, ethnicity, region, age, and other factors. HHSC, instead of having it work collaboratively with local state agencies to promote health equity, collecting reporting data, developing, implementing strategies, advising, assisting the Commission and other state agencies in promoting health equity through the contracting process. I have been working with the Appropriations Committee to secure federal funding for this office so general revenue will not be necessary. There's an amendment. What the amendment does is it change. Oh, okay.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Coleman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Coleman to explain the amendment.
Thank you. What the amendment does is change the word gender to women's health throughout the bill. And the amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Coleman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objected to adoption. Amendment. Chair hears that amendment is adopted.
So that's the amendment, and if there are no other amendments, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the resolution to HB 4139. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Kaysen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Huberty voting aye, Mr. Rosenthal voting aye, Mr. Johnson of Harris County voting aye, Mr. Coleman voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting aye, Mr. Reynolds voting aye, Mr. Tinderholt voting nay, Mr. Kaysen voting nay, Mr. Wiley voting aye. All members voting. There being 82 ayes, 56 nays, HB 4139 is passed.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, that was a very...
Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2262. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1064. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1064 by Alvarado, relating to registration and inspection requirements for certain local government fleet vehicles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill you've waited 3 times to hear, so it must be good. Commercial fleets are not required to register their vehicles every year. We understand that's a burden, so we don't make them do it, but we make our counties do it, even though our counties don't pay registration fees. This bill will allow a county of over 3.3 million to extend their registration to as long as 8 years. Again, they don't pay fees. They would still have to have inspections on the same scale they always have, and I would move passage.
Question occurs in passing the engrossment third reading SB 1064. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes had SB 1064 is passed the third reading. Representative Schofield moves to lay House Bill 2262 on the table, subject to call. If objection, chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 1869 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1869 by Burrows, relating to the definition of debt for the purposes of calculating certain ad valorem tax rates of a taxing unit.
Is Mr. Burrows on the floor of the House? Mr. Patty? Mr. Patty? The chair lays out on second reading HJR 140. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 140 by Patty, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the enactment of a law that imposes a tax on certain transactions that either convey a security or involve specified derivative contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HJR 140 proposes a constitutional amendment to prohibit the legislature from enacting any new taxes on either the transfer of securities or the processing of financial transactions, and I do have a cleanup amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just corrects an incorrect date in the bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Patty sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adopt the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to close on the resolution.
I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution of HJR 140. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 135 ayes, 5 nays, HJR 140 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3702. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3702 by Patty, relating to prohibiting the enactment of a law that imposes a tax on certain transactions that either convey a security or involve specified derivative contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that goes along with the HJR that you just voted for. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the resolution of HB 3702. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Biederman. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 135 ayes, 8 nays, HB 3702 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3924. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3924 by Oliverson, relating to the operation of and coverage by a nonprofit agriculture organization.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Texas Farm Bureau bill would allow Farm Bureau members to access health care coverage plans through their membership in the Farm Bureau. This is a highly successful model that has been duplicated in many other states. It's actually recognized by the Affordable Care Act as being one of 2 legitimate exemptions to the mandates for coverage and for maintaining insurance. I do have a perfecting amendment that I'd like to adopt.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so even though the Farm Bureau plan is technically not considered insurance, many members have come to me with concerns regarding whether or not pre-existing conditions would be covered as part of such a plan. And it turns out that in the case of other Farm Bureau states, they are covered, but there's a waiting period. And so what we've done in this case is we've taken kind of the best of what's offered out there. And so this amendment would say that pre-existing conditions must be covered no later than the 6 months after enrollment in the plan, which makes it consistent with other plans. And it's acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sent up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption. The amendment chair has done. The amendment is adopted. Okay. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Israel.
The chair recognizes Ms. Israel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This amendment simply requires the Farm Bureau to provide coverage of essential health benefits. Texans expect that when they purchase a health plan, it will cover basic things like doctor visits, emergency care. Today, they can count on that being true. This bill creates a new type of health coverage that could leave you without these basic benefits. I hope that any new health plan would voluntarily cover these basic benefits, but this amendment makes certain that Texans aren't victims of buying a health plan that fails them when they need it the most. These are things like cancer screenings that we know are important to saving lives. These basic benefits are in line with the types of coverage that people expect, and this amendment will make sure that these new Farm Bureau health benefits give people the coverage that they can count on when they need it.
Mr. Romero, for a purpose.
Does General Lady yield?
Does the lady yield?
Yes, I do.
She yields.
Representative Israel, did the amendment that the chair just added, did that not take care of what your amendment is doing, or is yours different? Are you covering more?
No, sir, mine's different, and it has more of a national guidelines and expectations. The 10 essential health benefits required under federal law.
Okay, and would those, so the previous amendment added you have to wait 6 months by Chairman Oliverson's amendment. What you're saying through this amendment is they would have to be available immediately then?
Correct.
So if someone purchases this policy, it would include those 10 essential benefits?
Yeah. These are things that you and I know as we've been talking in the insurance committee. We're creating a new opportunity for those who are members of Farm Bureau to get health care. We're simply saying we should be holding them to high standards of expectations of care.
Are prescriptions currently available in the health plan that's being proposed? And with your amendment, would the prescription drugs be made available to our constituents if they decide to take this kind of plan in?
Yes, prescription drugs are included. Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, okay, so we know we have an issue with diabetes as well. What can you tell me about what your 10 essential items with diabetes, would that be included as well? Pre-screenings?
Well, yeah, it's an array of things. Laboratory services, prevention and assessment, and of course, prescription drugs, in which diabetes relies on the availability of insulin, and then in the event that they do need emergency services or hospitalization. So it's the whole gamut of what we would expect a robust healthcare plan should include.
Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you, Rep. Romero, and I move passage.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respect Representative Israel. We've had a good conversation about this, and I've enjoyed her serving on the insurance committee with us. And let me just say this about this particular plan, and I think we're going to have a series of amendments looking at adding this coverage or covering that, and I just want to be clear about how this plan is fundamentally different in so many ways from what you're traditionally thinking of, and reasons why we would actually, in other circumstances, want to have these as specifically stated mandatory coverages in statute, and why I don't think it's really helpful or necessary in this case. First of all, the Farm Bureau is a very unique plan in that the Farm Bureau itself is a member-owned, not-for-profit entity where all members of the Farm Bureau basically choose and vote on who actually is on the board of directors. And the only persons who would be able to purchase coverage under this proposed plan would in fact be farm member bureaus themselves. So this is a self-contained, self-funded, self-directed health plan that is only going to offer coverages and benefits that the members themselves actually want. Now, I would point out that Farm Bureau members that are participating in plans such as these in other states run from age 0 all the way up to folks who might find themselves on a Medicare supplement through the Farm Bureau in other states. And so there's a variety of ages and a variety of coverages and things like that. But essentially, this plan is unique in that it's the members that actually get to make those decisions, not a for-profit company like Blue Cross or United or Aetna or any of the large insurers that you're probably familiar with, which are all Fortune 100 companies and are for-profit entities. So when you have a, if I could just finish really quick. So when you have a situation where you have a plan that's owned by a for-profit company, their financial interests don't necessarily always align identically with whatever the best interests of the consumers would be, because they have their own shareholders and their own board of directors. This plan, however, is very unique in that the shareholders and those that benefit from the plans are, by definition, can only come from the pool of members. So it's a very different animal, and so respectfully, these kinds of amendments are not necessary. I think it's important to let the members of the Farm Bureau decide what coverages they think are important to be covered, and they will make those decisions. This plan is not saying that they can't cover these items. It's just leaving it up to the will of the members who would be purchasing the plan, what they want covered and what they don't want covered. And friends, that's choice and competition, and I'm happy to yield to my colleague.
The gentleman, Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Oliverson, in this amendment, the 10 essential health benefits required under federal law, if you can help me understand, I'm concerned that without some of these essential benefits, that people don't read the full plan, they go to the bottom line, they read the cost, they read how much it's going to cost, and they say that's what I'm going to afford, and in effect you're just deflecting the bill for another day. And they don't know about it until they go to get that prescription filled. So are prescription drugs a part of your plan now?
That they would be by if you look at what other Farm Bureau plans cover, they would cover those things.
So emergency services, hospitalization.
Sure.
All these things.
Again, these are all decisions that can be left up to the membership, which is the body of people who would be purchasing the coverage.
But there's no floor. There's not a minimum.
But you understand there's a fundamental difference between a plan like this and the kinds of things that we're used to seeing where there's a product on the marketplace. I guess, Mr. Speaker, they can't hear us.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So what I was saying, Representative, is so fundamentally this plan operates in a very different niche. And in fact, it's so unique that when you look at those federally mandated ACA essential benefits, you realize that the folks that designed and passed that law allowed for this product to coexist with the ACA, and they specifically blessed its ability to not cover those things. So they knew in advance of even passing the ACA that these plans would provide some form of acceptable, alternative to whatever an exchange plan would be, because it's in the law.
Chairman, my concern is we're lowering the floor, we're lowering the minimum standards of expectations for when someone goes to buy a plan. Without this amendment, you're going to have a multitude of plans, and it's going to be completely up to as you described, that consumer to educate themselves and understand.
The members of the plan.
But in your committee, we've heard over and over again so many issues where we're adding to the health plans to make sure that people feel like they had a basic coverage. And often we heard, I can't believe this isn't covered. How can you not cover a mammogram? How can you not cover testing for prostate cancer or colon cancer? So as this happens and we're developing this niche, how many folks will be disappointed that we didn't even cover the floor? And I think that's what this amendment is doing, is saying let's raise the floor so that all of our constituents understand this is the basics of healthcare without giving them, and I'm not going to call it junk coverage, but let's say, I don't want a policy. Are you concerned that you have a policy, an insurance policy, just for sake of having it, but you're not fully covered?
So I'm not, for two reasons. So first of all, with respect to your concern about mandates, and you guys have both, you and Representative Israel have both seen this now firsthand, Texas is in the unenviable position of having more insurance coverage mandates than pretty much all but 2 states, and that drives up the cost of health care. And, these all are very well-meaning, well-intentioned things, but when you take away a plan's flexibility to either offer or not offer that coverage depending upon the needs of the consumers, and you say across the board, we're going to require that, you raise the price for everyone, for employers.
Isn't that the purpose, Chairman Oliverson, that we have the protections in the ACA to make sure that we're covering pre-existing conditions, that we're covering health care, that we're actually preventing an emergent situation in a diabetic, preventing amputations, preventing them from ever getting there? So as you provide coverages that don't have these minimum standards, we should expect that more of those things are going to occur.
I don't think so, and the reason I don't think so goes back to what I was discussing with Representative Israel, and I think it's tremendously important as we go through the next few amendments to keep in the back of your mind that this particular product is not insurance, but it's a product that is truly unique. It is a member-owned entity that will offer coverage only available to the members, and it will be the coverage that they need and want. It will not be a for-profit company that's making decisions about what impacts positively their bottom line, and they're cutting corners here or doing things that are maybe not necessarily in the best interest of the patient. You have total alignment in this unique circumstance of the actual consumer of the product and the owner of the company. They are one and the same. That does not happen anywhere else in the health insurance industry.
How do we know that we're educating the consumer? That's my greatest concern. Most folks, what we're doing, I believe that what amendment is doing is making sure that we have basics. And I'm not sure, I haven't read fully in the bill what you're doing to ensure that in practice, in the real world, that consumer knows what they're buying instead of figuring it out when they go to their doctor, when they figure it out when they go to, so I'm going to continue to listen to the amendments. Thank you for answering our question.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Israel, for purpose.
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chair Oliverson. Thank you for all of your work. I know you're coming from a good place. And you know, my concern is this is the Farm Bureau. I'm not concerned about the Farm Bureau. I'm concerned about the mechanics of as we give them this authority. There are people who are members of the Farm Bureau who are going to say, yeah, I could use a plan. They don't get a say in the intricacies of that plan, right? The board members of the Farm Bureau will determine the structure of this product.
So one of the things that's interesting about the Farm Bureau is that every board member is elected by the members. So yes, they do have a say, as much as you have a say when you're voting for a local city council member as to what's going to happen in your.
The chair recognizes Ms. Israel to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Oliverson. He's been very gracious to those of us on the Insurance Committee who have waded through these very difficult issues. And my amendment was simply said that there's a national uniform standard, a bar that should be set for the members of this new product with this organization that will be doing health care that they have not yet been doing. I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting no. Show Mr. Turner of Tarrant voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. All members voting. All members voting. There have been 60 ayes, 81 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Tarrant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment clarifies what I'm sure is the intent of the bill author, which is to protect Texans with pre-existing conditions, not just from being denied coverage, but also from being charged more or giving exclusion riders because they have a pre-existing condition. So we know that in Tennessee, because I think that state's been cited as an example, a representative in that state from the Tennessee Farm Bureau told us a success story where a cancer survivor whose cancer returned could not get her chemo covered for 2 full months because of pre-existing condition discrimination in the health plan. Now, I think we can all agree that we don't want Texans waiting for 2 months or any longer than absolutely necessary to start chemo because of insurance company loopholes that this bill could create. 93% of Democrats, 89% of independents, and 82% of Republicans agree that insurers should be banned from pre-existing condition discrimination. It's one of the reasons the Affordable Care Act is so popular, and it's the most popular aspect of the Affordable Care Act. But unfortunately, with this bill, as it is right now, if we don't add this amendment, this bill would create a special exception to health insurance rules and potentially could require patients to provide a full health history. So the insurer could then identify pre-existing conditions and discriminate on the basis of those conditions, or charge more or delay treatment. And that's how insurers can cherry pick out the healthiest people to bring into a plan while leaving people with a pre-existing condition. A lot of members on this floor have pre-existing conditions in other plans, and that drives up rates and makes insurance more expensive across the board. So we know that at least 1 in 4 Texans at least has a pre-existing condition, and this amendment would simply ensure that those Texans will not be discriminated against on the basis of a pre-existing condition.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Chair Turner, thank you so much for this amendment, because what my understanding of the reading of the bill is that this bill does not explicitly prohibit that measure. It doesn't prohibit the exclusion of or prohibit pre-existing conditions. Like they can create this and add this to the bill or add this to their policy if they want to. They can have an exclusion for pre-existing conditions if they want to.
That's absolutely right. And they can have an exclusion. They can exclude people based on a pre-existing condition. They can charge them more money, a higher premium, or a higher deductible, potentially, for a pre-existing condition, and they can delay treatment coverage.
So all your amendment is saying is that we're going to stipulate in Texas, we're not going to allow that type of discrimination based on pre-existing conditions. That's all you're asking.
That's exactly
Just
right. We're not going to create a special
clear.
loophole for an insurance company to dodge covering people with pre-existing conditions, because the American people, the people of Texas, overwhelmingly support universal coverage for people with pre-existing conditions.
So just a little bit of additional guidance, so that way when they are crafting these policies, they know that the state of Texas is not going to stand for excluding pre-existing conditions.
That's absolutely right.
Thank you for this amendment.
Thank you, Chair Collier.
Ms. Crockett, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
Of course.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman, I have a quick question. When you were speaking just a minute ago, you said 1 in 4 Texans have pre-existing conditions. Is that correct?
At least that many. I think that's a very conservative estimate. Yes, at least that many.
Do we know where companies have stood in light of COVID, and how many companies are considering COVID a pre-existing condition at this point in time?
It's a great question, and that's one of the concerns, that if we begin to, either at the state level or at the federal level, in any way begin to undermine pre-existing condition coverage, you potentially could have tens of millions of Americans and millions of Texans suddenly be denied coverage or charged more for health insurance because they have a pre-existing condition of having had COVID-19, because we don't know, doctors still don't know, what the long-term impacts of having COVID-19 are. And we know that there are so-called long haulers who continue to have negative impacts on their health, even though they have recovered from COVID-19.
So you'd agree with me that at least in the midst of this pandemic, the last thing that we need to do is deny access to persons who potentially have been exposed to or actually endured or going through the long hauler situations, because now those people may not even be able to gain access to health care if we don't protect them by making sure that these pre-existing conditions are covered. Is that right?
I absolutely agree with you.
I think it's a great amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
No, I don't want to take this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so, okay, let's back up just a little bit and talk about the pre-existing conditions. So actually, it was HIPAA that passed 10 years before the ACA that basically, when people think about coverage for pre-existing conditions, I'm always surprised. Most of my constituents are worried because they assume that without the ACA, that somehow if they quit their job and they take another job, the fact that they have diabetes means that they're no longer going to have coverage for diabetes when they join their next job or they go to the next thing. And that's actually not true, and everybody thinks that the ACA solved that, but actually it was the HIPAA Act, which was 10 years earlier, that made it federal law that if you had maintained insurance coverage for a period of time, I believe it's 12 months, and then you moved from one insurance plan to another, that essentially that didn't count as a pre-existing condition. So again, I would go back to what I said earlier. There are many, many options in the marketplace for people who have pre-existing conditions. This bill does not preclude coverage for pre-existing conditions. I actually mandated that they would have to cover pre-existing conditions after a waiting period. They could obviously shorten that if they want to. That's up to the members. Remember, this is a plan that is only for the members. And so, furthermore, at this point, I understand what Chairman Turner's suggesting. Again, this is a member-owned, member-driven plan that would only be available to members, and they're going to offer whatever coverage the members need and want. And I think we need to give them the ability to do that. And if the concern is that perhaps, a person may not be eligible, and I should point out that in other states where we have farm bureaus, that 9 out of 10 members are, even if they have pre-existing conditions, that they're enrolled in the plan. So it's pretty rare for somebody to not be approved in other states that have a farm bureau. Furthermore, I would point out that, again, going back to what I said earlier, so if you say the ACA was all about an emphasis on pre-existing conditions, the writers of the ACA specifically granted these types of plans the ability to continue to operate and to continue to proliferate in other states without complying with the ACA mandates, because it was felt that what they were offering, there were good quality controls in place and the track record was good. And we can always talk about anecdotal stories and one-off stories, but I would tell you that what I have learned about this in the process is that the vast majority of members in other states that sign up for Farm Bureau plans stay with Farm Bureau plans. And I think if it's a member-owned company and the members are driving the decisions of what the coverage is and isn't and how it should be done, we should let them do that.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Of course. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Dr. Alverson. So I want to go through a couple things on this. So you mentioned your amendment that you previously added on pre-existing condition. But correct me if I'm wrong, but your amendment would not prohibit a person with a pre-existing condition from being charged a higher premium.
That would be up to the members, who would ultimately be the consumers of the product, to decide. So again,
the
I
members
think
being
it's
the company,
the owners of the company.
Okay,
this is a member-owned company.
So the company could decide
unlike
if
a
they're
lot
going
of
to
the
charge.
healthcare companies that you and I are used to seeing in insurance, this is a member-owned company, so any benefits that it would offer would be at the discretion and direction of the members.
Just like another insurance company is owned by shareholders, and so it's owned by a lot of people. I mean,
but that's fairly unique in healthcare. You understand that there aren't a lot of healthcare options out there where the company is owned by the purchasers of the health insurance product.
So the company could decide that you have two 30-year-old women. One has a pre-existing condition, one does not, and the woman with the pre-existing condition will be charged a higher premium. They can make that decision even with your amendment.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, but you would agree my amendment that you're opposing would prohibit them from doing that?
My opposition to your amendment centers around the fact that I believe that the Texas marketplace is rich with options for people with pre-existing conditions. The ACA is still in effect, and this is a member-owned, member-driven company that will provide whatever coverage the members direct them to provide.
Sure. Now, so you mentioned the ACA a minute ago. That you said there was a special carve-out for the Farm Bureau or for Farm Bureaus?
For farm plans.
Where can you tell me more about that? Because I've never heard of that provision in the ACA. Where in the ACA
So my
is
understanding is that there are two specific exemptions granted under the ACA to the the mandate coverage that we're talking about, the pre-existing conditions and all of the things, and the penalty that one would have to pay if one did not maintain what qualified as, quote, insurance under the ACA. And those two exclusions were for Farm Bureau plans and for health sharing ministries.
Okay. So I'd like us to check that. I don't have a copy of the Affordable Care Act handy, but I'd like to find that provision in the bill because I'm simply not familiar with that. I've never heard of that before. But with respect to...
Well, it's become less relevant now because Congress repealed the mandate for coverage, right?
So with respect to the Farm Bureau specifically, since that's the focus of your bill and your layout here, I mean, isn't it, you say it's a member-owned company, and I agree it is, and I think the Farm Bureau does a lot of great work in advocating for farmers and ranchers in Texas. But isn't it true anybody can join the Farm Bureau for like $35 a year?
You know, I'm not advised as how their membership works.
Okay.
I know that they represent about 200, and they have members in 200, I think 207 out of 254 counties.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, they have members everywhere, absolutely. But I think to be a member, I think it's simply a matter of paying a small membership fee, and you can be a member. So let's talk about the pre-existing condition coverage or lack thereof in the bill. So you heard the anecdote I gave earlier about in Tennessee, where the Tennessee Farm Bureau, basically a representative of that Farm Bureau, said we were able to deny chemo coverage for 2 months because of the way these plans are written, and I think that's a concern. But let me give you an example. Let's say I have diabetes. So under your amendment, the Farm Bureau would have to accept my application. The insurer would have to accept my application, but they could still charge me more for having diabetes. Is that correct?
Not sure.
You're not sure if under your amendment they could charge more?
Again, that would be up to the membership to decide the conditions under which they would price.
So since it's up to them to decide, that means they could, in fact, charge more.
If the members decided that that was in their best interest as members, that they could do it however they want, I suppose.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
But the point is that it's a self-governing plan, right? That's not a decision that some for-profit entity is making out there, which may not necessarily be in the best interest of the patients. The people who would be signing up for this plan are, in fact, the ones deciding what it would and wouldn't cover.
Sure.
I think that's very unique, and I think it's important
how many
that we
members
make sure we understand that.
And so talking about the Texas Farm Bureau specifically, how many members do they have?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's just say
thousands.
Many. Thousands. I agree. Thousands.
That'd probably be a conservative estimate.
Probably.
So is one individual who has diabetes signs up for one of these plans, then is charged a higher premium? Is that one individual really going to have a voice in what their premium is?
Well, they certainly have the ability to sign up or not sign up, and there are many options available in the marketplace. And this is my point, is that this is not, and I think it's really important for everybody here to understand that what we are not talking about is every health plan in Texas. We're just talking about this one specific thing. What I don't understand is that sometimes I think we get in this mentality of trying to pound a square peg into a round hole and make everything look the same. We need choice, we need competition, we need a variety of options in the marketplace.
Well, and I appreciate what you're saying there, but by
otherwise we should just go to
choice,
single payer, you know?
But realistically, I mean, we've established that people can be charged higher premiums because they have a pre-existing condition. So therefore,
I'm not really advised on that.
Aren't people who have a pre-existing condition going to be intentionally excluded from the plan? Because why would they sign up for a plan where they're not going to get coverage, or they're going to have to pay a lot more for it? So they'll go back into the ACA marketplace or somewhere else to get good coverage. So aren't we then left with a plan that simply covers basically young, healthy people? And isn't that leaving sicker people in these other plans driving up costs for everyone else?
Not according to the membership data that I have. I have people.
The gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, this is a very simple amendment, and I think you heard in the dialogue between Dr. Alverson and myself just now, if you have a pre-existing condition and you sign up for one of these plans, you can be charged more for that pre-existing condition. Maybe it's cancer, maybe it's diabetes, maybe it's high blood pressure, Maybe it's because you had COVID-19 last year. You can be charged a higher premium under this bill, in this plan. My amendment will say you can't be charged more. It's very simple. That's what it does. I'd encourage you to vote yes on this amendment. Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The record vote has been requested by Mr. Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting no, Mr. Turner of Tarrant voting aye, Ms. Weiner voting aye. All members voted. There being 66 ayes, 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the amendment.
Members, it's easy to forget that there was a time when half of individual market health plans charged more in health insurance premiums to cover a woman than to cover a man. At that time, women were paying $1 billion more in annual costs for coverage. Members, I know this. I had a individual market health plan before the ACA passed where I was charged more than my male counterparts. In addition, that plan did not cover childbirth in the event that I became pregnant. Members, I don't care who is offering a health plan. They should not charge women more simply because they are a woman and may become pregnant. And there should be no health plans in Texas that disincentivize women from carrying a pregnancy to term because of the high costs of childbirth. We need that to be a standard in Texas, regardless of who is offering that plan, whether it is Blue Cross Blue Shield or the Farm Bureau or Aetna. We need full coverage for prenatal care, labor and delivery, complications during pregnancy, and postpartum care, so that every single woman has fair access to health coverage and isn't charged more just because of their gender and because of the possibility of being able to give birth.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will
I yield.
The lady yields.
Thank you. Representative Zwiener, I just want to go back over this because in this bill, there are really no parameters set on it. It's very broad, and it allows the employer or employee owners of the policy to set whatever guidance, whatever rules that they want. So if they want to charge a woman more, like they did pre-2014, before it was banned by the federal government, I think it's the ACA, they could do that. Is that right?
That is absolutely accurate. And members, we don't have to look very far back in history to see this happening. This happened 8 years ago. It is a reasonable assumption to assume that anyone running a plan is going to look and say, hey, we can offer plans a little bit cheaper if we don't cover maternity coverage. Or we can offer plans a little bit cheaper to men because we know they won't get pregnant. And take that step. If that's not a step we want anyone in Texas to take, let's put that language in this bill.
Right. So the federal law that was passed in 2014, that would not supersede this, that wouldn't give those parameters to the owners of this policy? They would still be allowed to discriminate based on the sex of a person?
Yes, Representative Collier, that is my understanding, is that this legislation is moving through a loophole in the federal language to provide an exception from those protections that we as a country agreed were essential.
So we cannot rely on those precautions and those measures that are in the federal law to help safeguard against that practice in this bill?
No, not in this bill. So I would ask the members of this body to please vote to prevent gender discrimination and to make sure that we are not making it unaffordable for women to carry pregnancies to term by denying them coverage.
Thank you so much for this amendment. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Collier. Members, I move passage.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, I understand what Representative Zwiener is trying to offer here, and let me just say that, again, this is not necessary for this bill. You know, given the makeup of Farm Bureau members, my guess is, since they're just like the rest of us, that more than 50% of Farm Bureau members probably are women. And since the members will decide what the coverage is, it's going to include whatever the members want it to include. Again, I don't want to tie the hands of this organization is with respect to trying to conform this plan to the likeness of plans that already exist on the marketplace. There are many options. If you want to drive a Cadillac, there are Cadillacs available, but we don't all drive Cadillacs, and there needs to be a variety of options. So I have every confidence that if maternity coverage is important to the Farm Bureau members, and based on the percentage, I'm guessing, of Farm Bureau members who are women, it will be. This will solve itself. This is another amendment to try to make this plan look exactly like the Affordable Care Act, and that is completely undermines the purpose of what we're trying to do by introducing choice and competition into the marketplace. And so, respectfully, I oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to close on the amendment.
Members, just 8 years ago, we saw what health care coverage and premiums looked like for women. And we're 51% of the country, and we still experienced that. We still experienced us being charged more rates simply because we are women and because there was a chance we might become pregnant. We experienced plans on the open market that did not cover pregnancy and childbirth. Members, when I bought a plan that did that, there was no plan I could buy that would have covered pregnancy and delivery. So members, this is absolutely necessary. I think you would all agree that childbirth and childbirth and pregnancy are not luxury items. This is not a Cadillac. This is about basic protections for women in the state of Texas and not undercutting them by making them second-class citizens for insurance coverage once again. So I urge you to vote for this amendment to support women and to ensure that no woman is disincentivized from carrying a pregnancy from term.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting nay. All members voted. There being 67 ayes, 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Like you have sort of been listening to this debate, and I take the author at his word when he says that this is not insurance. But if you close your eyes and you listen to the debate, you hear plans, you hear premiums, you hear benefits. And so I'm concerned, and I imagine the author has an intent of where he'd like to go with this. But I've dedicated a good amount of my time here to working on the issue of balanced billing, balanced medical billings, and I know this author has as well. So I want to make sure that whatever we do here, whatever it is, whether it's a membership or a plan or a dream or whatever, that at the end of the day, that whoever is a part of this isn't going to come home from the hospital with a serious recovery on the horizon and then a bill for $10,000 for surprise medical billing. And so I attempted to draft an amendment, and of course, in the course of how we do things, we always confer about these amendments, especially when we're serious about them. And so, I understand Chairman Oliverson has an idea in mind and is working through this. And so I guess for the benefit of this body, I'd like to offer
Mr.
this.
Speaker.
And
Dr. Oliverson, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Of course I yield.
Representative, I greatly appreciate you bringing this to me. You and I had an opportunity to work together last session on what ended up being landmark legislation dealing with these kind of out-of-network situations. And I know, if I remember correctly, you've been working on this even a lot longer than I have. Is that correct?
It is, and in fact, it's something that you and I met when I came back to the legislature to talk about balanced billing. Yeah. And I might add, in the course of our work last session, you were pretty aggressive on this topic. And so, it surprises me when I hear the concept. And so that's why I thought I wanted to visit with you and kind of get an idea of where we're going.
And are you aware, Representative, that the Farm Bureau plans in other states actually use third-party administrators to get in-network contracts with physicians similar to how an ERISA plan would function.
I did not know that. I'm learning that. And of course, you know, depending on where you're at, I would imagine it's the quality of the TPA, if you will, to determine, you know, do they have the network? Do they have the adequacy? Do they have the number of providers that can provide coverage? Texas is a big state. So I'm not sure what the status of those conversations are with respect to Texas.
And so you and I were conversing earlier about this, but this is something that our office continues to work on. You know, respectfully, I think you and I are 100% on the same page with regards to protecting consumers, and I know that's your heart and your passion as far as preventing surprise medical bills. So,
Dr. Oliver, we share that passion, except I'm not the one who almost climbed over the conference table to wrangle a consensus. I mean, I know where you are on this, and like I said,
yes, sir.
As I listened to the debate, I had to close my eyes and sort of smell like insurance, walk like insurance, and we just don't want anybody, Farm Bureau or anybody else, to come home with a surprise medical bill. And I'll take you at your word, and as you represent to the body, that you're continuing to work on this, and I'm happy to withdraw it knowing that you're committed to this concept.
So you have my word that if this 1264 construct that you and I created last session with the help of Chairman Hancock, if that's applicable to this particular product, that we'll put it in.
Dr. Alfson, I appreciate that. And Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, one of the things that we get the privilege of doing while we're here is to be able to help to design these health care plans. And what I been listening very carefully to Dr. Oliverson's remarks, and he talked about the Farm Bureau being made up of like persons of the population, and they'll probably include certain things. Let me tell you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about coverage and payment parity. We have experienced over the last several years an increase in mental illness where persons need treatment. And what I am interested in, I am trying to see whether or not that we have that kind of coverage for persons who may be become members of this particular plan. Just because the membership only coverage will not eliminate the need of this particular protection. Do you know that mental illness is one of the key things that people are going to and been unable to get treatment for because the insurance plans are not paying for it? I've heard that this is a self-governing board. They have carve-outs, carve-ins, carve-arounds. I want the thing to be carved in for people with mental health conditions. And you and I know that you cannot treat mental health conditions in a silo. There are situations where people are going to need coverage, and we want to make sure that they are coverage and parity within this particular bill to meet those requirements. Why? Because I don't want, as a citizen of this state, neither do you, want to be able to pick up the tab for coverage that ought to be under this particular plan because a person needs mental health coverage and the plan won't cover it, then they got to go to another facility that the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. So I'm asking for the coverage and payment parity in this particular amendment. Health care plans ought to have this kind of coverage, and you and I'm pretty sure agrees with this. So Dr. Allison says, why do we need choice? We need choice so we can make sure that the coverage that people are going to need in those families, particularly in the area of mental health, are going to be covered. You know what's happening right now? Some people have some plans, and they're so bad, and they're so ambiguous until the doctors are requiring them to bring cash or no treatment. And you know what that does? That means that people who do not get health care coverage, health care treatment, is not going to be cured, and they're not going to get better. So I want to make sure that you understand that while this may be a very noble organization, and we know it is, that we make sure that mental health coverage is a part of it, and we have parity in this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Mr. Coleman, for what purpose?
Yes, will Chair Thompson yield for a question?
Would the lady yield for questions? Lady yields.
Do you remember when we had a high-risk pool for people with mental illness because plans did not cover mental illness?
I do.
And the premium for someone who had a coverage under that high-risk pool was twice the average premium?
That's correct.
And so that meant that if someone could not get that coverage from their employer or from whatever plan that they enrolled in, they ended up paying more to have that coverage for that illness, or it could be cancer, could be several other illnesses that they had pre-existing conditions for.
Right.
And so you bring this amendment because of those times in the past when people could not get the coverage they needed because they had the pre-existing condition through that health care plan that they signed up for. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also, when there is an uptick in children needing treatment for suicidal prevention and depression and a myriad of other things that happens to need to be under this particular plan. So what are we going to do? Throw them out with the water, bath water? We're going to ignore those people because because they have a mental condition that it doesn't matter? Or are we going to put together an integrated plan where we can take care of people under these particular kinds of policies? So I'm asking you to vote with me for this coverage and payment parity amendment, members, because mental illness is not going to go away without treatment.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to say how much respect I have for Chairwoman Thompson and her work on mental health, and Emma loves you, Ms. T. She's looking forward to seeing you soon. But so members, in other states where these plans are offered, the membership decided that they wanted coverage for mental health. And so there's every expectation, again, kind of like women's health, kind of like the pre-existing issue. These are all things that members are going to want. These are all things that make a health plan valuable to a member or to a purchaser. And I think we have to remember at the end of the day, this is a plan that you have to electively sign up for. So if it doesn't offer the coverages that you want, then you don't buy it. And even more than that, it's the people who would be eligible to purchase the product that would ultimately make a decision about what would be covered and what would not be covered. But I also want to speak to just sort of the general issue with regards to the affordability of mental health, because I'm very sensitive to what Chairwoman Thompson was saying. I have a son who has pretty significant ADD as a young person and had to be on medication. And I have good employer-sponsored coverage, ACA-compliant coverage offered through a major carrier. In fact, the same carrier that covers us here in the Capitol. And one day I walked in with my son for his appointment. He was probably 11 at the time, and was informed that I had to pay cash going forward because the psychiatrist was no longer accepting my insurance. And that's an ACA plan, members. That is an ACA-compliant plan. The issue with respect that we have to deal with in mental health is that companies have the ability to set reimbursement rates, and even though they cover services, it doesn't necessarily always mean that they get to a price that the provider believes is fair and reasonable for their services. And so this provider just decided to opt out, and we had to pay cash going forward. That's not a coverage gap. That's a failure to negotiate on the part of the insurance company for a fair price. And so respectfully, an amendment that would require mental health coverage is not going to address a situation like that, just as it did not address the situation for my son. And so, respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment, even though I have tremendous respect for Chairwoman Thompson. I believe that this will take care of itself. Members that would have the opportunity to purchase this coverage will insist upon this coverage, just as we have insisted upon this coverage for plans where people don't have the ability to vote, and the commercial company just says this is what the coverage is. And so I'm asking you to stand with me and oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to close on the amendment.
A lot of people think mental illness is going to go away too if they don't get treatment, but it doesn't. And let me just tell you something. I know that the Farm Bureau is a wonderful plan. But just because it's a wonderful plan, do you think that none of those persons or their families are going to ever have schizophrenia or the need for treatment for schizophrenia, bipolar, PTSD? You think that they're going to be exempt because they're the Farm Bureau? No. So that's the reason why I'm asking you to vote for coverage and parity in this particular amendment. Those treatments are going to be needed and necessary, and we need to make sure that they're in this particular plan.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Davis, what purpose?
Will the chairwoman yield, please?
I yield, Mr.
The lady yields.
Thank you. So, Representative Thompson, I'm listening to the discussion, and as Mr. Oliverson said, that he felt like that this is something that was a failure to be negotiated. Is it your intent to make sure that as legislators we're providing some guidance and looking at the kinds of issues that we get calls on, that you're trying to build in the necessary support in a plan so that you don't have to fill these calls in our district office? Because you are trying to identify where the gaps have traditionally been, and this is one of those gaps, mental health?
Absolutely, and I'm going to make sure that those persons who have these conditions, bipolar, schizophrenia, and other mental health conditions, and children with them,
and so don't you
are going to have coverage.
Don't you think your amendment offers an example of providing leadership and direction for those folks who are developing plans? Because the fact that we're developing it up here at the legislature gives us some knowledge and insight that we can provide to make it a stronger plan.
Absolutely, and I ask you to vote aye on this amendment.
Thank you.
Members, you need to think about making sure that there's mental health coverage. Vote aye.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The record of vote has been requested by Mr. Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Thompson voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting nay. So Mr. Johnson of Harris County voting aye. All members voting. There being 69 ayes, 76 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with you today, and I'm grateful to all the amendment authors that brought me their suggestions and concerns. And I just want to say that the Texas Farm Bureau plan will operate like other Farm Bureau plans, and these coverages are going to be there because the members that are willing to purchase these plans, that have the ability to elect their board that will decide what's covered, they're going to insist upon these things. So I think this gives folks an opportunity, however, to purchase coverage that fits their needs at a price that they can afford. It will bring some much needed savings to our healthcare marketplace, and I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 3924. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Mr. Parker voting aye. All members voting. There being 93 ayes, 52 nays, HB 3924 is passed through engrossment.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Doorkeeper?
Mr. Speaker, we have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 17, Deschantel, sponsor Birdwell, relating to a restriction on the regulation of utility services and infrastructure based on the energy source to be used or delivered. HB 33, Dominguez, sponsor Zeppelin.
The chair lays out HB 1869 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1869 by Burrows relating to the definition of debt for the purposes of calculating certain ad valorem tax rates of taxing unit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are getting the amendments down to one amendment, need a little more time, so I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1869 until 2 p.m. today.
Members heard the motion, the objection to the motion. Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Is Ms. Zwiener on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 3752. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3752 by Frank, relating to the provision of health benefit coverage through the creation of the Texas Mutual Health Coverage Plan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3752 is a bill to try to help address the out-of-control insurance costs that are hurting all Texans and literally crippling the working poor. We have over 40 counties in the state, including 5 of my 6 counties, where there is only one insurance provider on the exchange. The rapidly increasing insurance market premiums are also crushing the ability of many to afford health insurance. Remember, since 2011, an individual premium has gone from $220 to $580, a 163% increase on the exchange, and it is pricing people out of insurance. This bill would allow a quasi-government entity, the Texas Mutual Insurance Company, to explore and, if desired, enter the health insurance market in Texas. I believe that this bill opens a huge opportunity to bring competition to parts of the state that don't have it, like my district and like many of yours. Members, this is targeting the uninsured and those who have been priced out of the insurance market. I do have 2 amendments, one clarifying amendment and then another one. So,
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
let's see, I don't think so.
Amendment by Frank.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This is a clarifying amendment. It changes benefits to benefit coverage, exciting things like that. It is intended to make sure the use of this term in the bill is more consistent with the way terms are used elsewhere in statute. It is a rulemaking change to make sure that adding health insurance doesn't jeopardize the workers' comp side of Texas Mutual. And last but not least, the intent of the bill is to provide alternative health benefit coverage, and this is just to make sure they can. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment that's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Representative Frank to explain the amendment.
Members, this part of it actually lays out the guiding principles that we in the legislature are going to put in statute for Texas Mutual. It starts out with increasing competition in the health insurance market, utilizing innovations. Number 3 is ensuring coverage and access to care for individuals in the state with pre-existing conditions. And it goes on from there. I think you guys will like what is in there because it is our instructions to Texas Mutual of what type of coverage that we want them carrying, and I move adoption.
Representative Israel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a
Does
question?
the gentleman yield for a question?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Frank, would you repeat the phrasing on pre-existing conditions, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'd be happy to. Under their guiding principles, this is guiding principles that we've asked Texas Mutual to put in their health benefits offering. Number 3 says ensuring coverage and access to care for individuals in this state with pre-existing conditions. We've asked that to be part of the guiding principles of Texas Mutual.
So it's not requiring it?
It is not requiring it. It is part of their guiding principles.
But it's asking them to take a good look at it?
I'm sorry?
Is it fair to say it's asking them to take a good look at it, but it's not saying whatever you adopt, it must include pre-existing conditions?
That is correct. I think the reason for that is twofold. My initial reason for bringing this was the fact that there was virtually no choice in 5 of 6 counties, and that was for ACA plans. My original purpose for bringing this was for ACA plans. However, in discussions, I think one of the things that is clear is many people are being priced out of even the ACA plans, so we wanted to give them an option of basically providing some different types of plans. So I think in this case, in the Texas Mutual, it is very likely that they will do both types of plans.
So in other words, it's important enough to be something they take a good look at, but it's not important enough that they be required to do it.
That's right, because keep in mind, sometimes when we add more and more benefits to plans, it makes it where somebody can't buy the plan. And so sometimes what we're telling people is, if you can't afford this plan, you have no coverage at all.
Thank you, Mr.
And I move adoption.
Dr. Albers?
Mr.
For what
Speaker,
purpose?
would the gentleman yield
Does
for
the
a
gentleman
couple
yield
of
for a question?
questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Okay, respectfully, so Representative Frank, does this bill require Texas Mutual to offer insurance?
It does
Health
not require it. It requires them to explore it.
So the interesting thing about this bill and amendment and the guiding principles is, and the reason that you have this in the bill that's different has to do with the fact that this is a company that some of us may have heard of. This is a company that underwrites a great number of workers' comp plans, right?
That's right. That's right. In fact, they started in '91 when the workers' comp market was in turmoil, and the legislature started Texas Mutual, and it has helped stabilize the market very much, and many people find them a very good company. They're a mutual company governed by TDI.
And so they're not currently able to offer health insurance coverage just in the general marketplace, but your guiding principles and the bill essentially gives them the ability to explore that as an option.
That is correct. And the
So-
way it's written, it would allow a subsidiary of Texas Mutual
Okay.
to do that. They wanted
And-
to keep them separate, and I think that makes sense.
With respect to Texas Mutual and the way that they conduct business in the workers' comp arena, is it your understanding that pre-existing conditions and chronic disease is something that a workers' comp carrier is pretty familiar with?
I believe they are, yes.
So they have significant experience. In fact, a lot of the care that they do provide is for chronic illness.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I think you have a good bill here.
All right, thank you.
Following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to start by thanking Representative Frank for working with me on this. This amendment, it does not require maternity coverage and equitable gender or equitable prices for different genders, but it does add it to the value statements in this legislation and in this amendment. So members, I believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Members, we'll take a minute so that the amendment comes up on your screens. It's now up on the screens. Chair recognizes Representative Frank to speak for the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, members, I'm accepting this. This is part of the guiding principles. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I'm accepting it. And I appreciate Representative Zwiener working with us to make it where they still have flexibility, but we also are giving them guiding principles, so I'm accepting it.
Representative Zwiener sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Frank to close on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
Representative Frank sends up an amendment as amended. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment as amended is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Israel.
Chair recognizes Representative Israel to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, similar to Dr. Oliverson's bill, this is language that would require Texas Mutual to provide coverage of essential health benefits. Health plans sold today have to meet this standard set of benefits. This critical requirement ensures that whatever coverage option you choose, you'll have some of the basic benefits for things like preventive care, hospital treatment, prescriptions, and other recognized basic health care needs. As Rep. Frank and others have pointed out, we have a chronic situation when it comes to Texans and having some form of coverage. Insurers must cover things like CDC-recommended vaccines and cancer screenings. These basic benefits are in line with the types of coverage that people expect. This amendment will make sure that this new coverage, should Texas Mutual move forward with it, will give people the coverage that they can count on when they need it, and I move passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Frank to speak against the amendment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Representative Israel. Members, what we're doing in this is providing another option for people who don't have options that they can afford right now, and I think this hurts what we're trying to do, and I would ask you to vote against the amendment, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I appreciate the spirit of this bill. Let's make it better and put some standard expectations for bare minimums of what this plan should include. I move passage.
Representative Israel sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested by Representative Turner of Tarrant. Vote aye, vote nay. Show Representative Frank voting nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Alverson voting no. Show Representative Turner of Tarrant voting aye. Have all voted? 63-78. There being 64 ayes and 80 nays, the amendment failed to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain her amendment.
I know this amendment is accepted. Members, this is another opportunity to take care of those persons under this particular health plan who may have mental health conditions to be covered, and all we're asking for is covered and payment parity, and this amendment is an acceptable to the author. Is it acceptable?
It's not acceptable, ma'am, but I love you. You are acceptable, but the amendment is not.
Representative Israel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Gentlelady yield?
I do.
The gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Thompson, we are in the midst of a pandemic in which mental health care has been brought to the fore, and even in numbers that we didn't even know existed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we are in the midst of Mental Health Awareness Month. Is that correct?
This is the month of mental health.
This is the month of mental health. It's
Yes.
also the last month of the legislative session.
Speaker's wife was
so-
instrumental in helping us get there.
Thank you for bringing this amendment, Ms. T. I thought it would be helpful to raise those two important facts. In the midst of a pandemic, when so many Texans need this help more than ever, let's put some of these basic expectations into this plan.
All we're asking is that the plan, this mental health plan, meet the mental health parity rules, which says a health plan has to cover mental health treatment in the same manner as other health care services. And that's not asking for too much. For those families who have persons who need mental health coverage, that's not asking for much, very much. You just want to make sure that the coverage is there for the treatment that they're going to need. And mental illness does not go away without treatment. I ask for you to vote aye on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Frank to speak against the amendment.
Members, we have to be able to afford to have insurance, and this gives an option for people to be able to afford insurance. I love Ms. Thompson. I appreciate what she's trying to do, but I need you to vote no on this amendment so that we can have more people covered with insurance. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to close on the amendment.
Tell me what family wants to have some mental illness in their family. And also point to me a family who doesn't want mental health coverage on an insurance plan. Let them stand up. Where are they? People need help. Do you think that they want to have mental illness in their families? No, they don't. But when you go and get a plan, you ought to have an opportunity to have comparative coverage for mental health conditions. And you and I know that this is something that is needed and necessary. Look at your children. There's an uptick in depression and suicide among children, and even in the adult population. And you're going to tell me that this is not important enough to include in this particular plan? You think it's going to disappear? Or you just think that society ought to just pick up the slack like we do everything else? I ask you to vote aye and put this in the rules.
Representative Thompson of Harris sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the Thompson amendment. It's a record vote requested by Representative Turner of Tarrant. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Frank voting no, Dr. Alverson voting no, Representative Thompson of Harris voting aye. Show Representative Turner of Tarrant voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 70 ayes and 76 nays? 75 nays. The amendment fails to be adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Tarrant.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Tarrant on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is similar to the one I had on Dr. Alverson's bill a minute ago. It simply requires that this new health care coverage option envisioned in this bill protects people with pre-existing conditions. And I think it builds upon the First Amendment that Chairman Frank offered to establish some guiding principles. And I appreciate that the guiding principles encouraged Texas Mutual to protect people with pre-existing conditions. But as Representative Israel noted, it doesn't require it.
Representative Israel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Does
some
the gentleman
questions
yield
on
for
his amendment?
questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chair Turner. You know, on the Insurance Committee, this bill, of course, came through the committee, and were you aware that we asked the CEO of Texas Mutual if they would require the coverage of pre-existing conditions, and they would not declaratively say that. Did you know? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, Representative Israel. I'm glad that question was asked, but they said that they would not. They cannot guarantee. Am I understanding that right?
They alluded to the fact that they would have some people who might have pre-existing conditions, but they wouldn't declaratively say, we will make sure that we put a plan together that will cover people with pre-existing conditions. So I wanted to get that on the record, and thank you for your amendment so that we can have some basic expectations of these new plans as they are being planned. Created.
Well, thank you, Representative Israel, for that. And I think that's why this amendment is so important, because not only do we want them to cover people with pre-existing conditions, we want to make sure that people who have a pre-existing condition are not charged a higher premium. You know, that's the whole issue of fairness here, that if someone with a pre-existing condition like hypertension or diabetes or cancer or any number of other things can be charged 3-4 times higher premium, then what that does is these kinds of plans are only going to be able to enroll healthy people who can afford the premiums, and everyone else is going to be in other plans, and their prices are simply going to go up. So it's going to spread the risk, is going to consolidate the risk, actually, in traditional health insurance plans, and it's going to weaken the entire healthcare system. And that's what this amendment is designed to guard against.
And Chair Turner, you know that there were several folks in committee who testified against the bill because of this fact, because when it comes to insurance, when you have folks who can cherry pick the healthy and leave the not so healthy, then you're not being equitable and fair with the larger issue of healthcare coverage. I know in your years of service, you know that is a fact, and that this insurance committee and all of us who care about the rising cost of healthcare, I appreciate where Mr. Frank is going with this, but we're not doing right by the larger universe of people who can take advantage of these products in the future. Is that correct?
You're absolutely right. And we simply don't want insurers to be able to cherry pick just the healthy people for their plans, because that destabilizes the entire health insurance market and the healthcare system. And that's what this amendment is designed to guard against. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Representative Frank to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, pre-existing conditions will continue to be covered in the state of Texas on many plans, including very likely this plan. We are not forcing them to, but let's also understand the mandates that we continue to put on them is the reason that health insurance premiums for an individual have gone from $220 just in 2011 to $580 last year. Please vote no.
Representative Alverson, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, would Mr. Frank yield for a couple of questions?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman will yield.
So, Chairman Frank, we were talking about pre-existing conditions, been having this conversation. I've heard some things with respect to destabilizing of the marketplace and things like that. It seems to me like many of these amendments that we've been dealing with today are really about reducing choice and competition. It seems like folks want you to have choices, but it's a choice between orange soda and orange soda, and
Well,
I may want grape soda.
It sometimes feels like there's almost an intentional effort to try to get people priced out of the market where there is no market. And so,
well, let's talk about that. So when we talk about pre-existing conditions and, you know, cherry picking healthy people, and these are buzzwords that get thrown around all the time, are you aware that, you know, under a one-size-fits-all approach where everybody's required to purchase the same coverage, that in fact it's healthy people subsidizing people that are less healthy?
yes, absolutely. That is the way it works.
So is it your understanding that if you're essentially forcing people to purchase coverage that they don't want and they don't need, and it costs too much?
Absolutely. And they're getting priced out of the market. And really,
so the reason
in many cases, we're saying you can't have coverage if you can't have it the way we want you to have it.
And so the reason why you're charging them what you're charging them and you're forcing them to purchase this coverage that they don't want and they don't need is because you need that extra revenue of the services that they're not getting because they don't need them to subsidize others.
That's correct.
Representative, what is that not your understanding of a tax?
That
sounds like a tax on healthy people to me.
It is very, it operates
I mean, the door
very
swings
similar
both ways on this, right?
It operates very similar to an extra tax.
I'm for choice and competition. I appreciate you opposing this amendment.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Turner of Tarrant to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so we just heard a dialogue about competition. Members, I'd like you to think about in an insurance market where there's an unlevel playing field and one class of insurers does not have to cover pre-existing conditions or provide the same rates for people with pre-existing conditions, and another class of insurers does, how is that a fair competition? How is someone who has a pre-existing condition supposed to compete with a healthy person who does not have a pre-existing condition? The answer is they can't. That's why we have a pre-existing coverage protection in the law. And this bill, if this amendment doesn't get on, weakens that pre-existing condition coverage. The whole principle of insurance is you spread risk around, and that lowers rates for everybody. This is consolidating risk with traditional insurers while allowing this one select insurer in this bill, Texas Mutual, to be able to cherry pick healthy people, give them lower rates, while forcing everyone else into other plans that's going to raise rates for everybody over there. How is that healthy competition? It creates an unlevel playing field. It destabilizes the insurance market. It's going to hurt healthcare access in Texas. I've heard it stated many times by a think tank in this town in their opposition to Medicaid expansion that, well, no, health insurance does not equal health care. Well, I disagree with them on that statement when it comes to Medicaid expansion, because we know from examples of other states how that has increased access to health care, quality health care, has improved health outcomes. But that statement would apply directly to this bill. Health insurance does not equal health care if you have a pre-existing condition, as many Texans do, and you can't get health care in this bill because they will charge you more or they delay or deny treatment for that pre-existing condition. That's why you need to vote yes on this amendment. I move adoption.
Representative Turner sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the Turner amendment. There's a record vote that's been requested by Representative Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Turner of Tarrant voting aye, show Representative Frank voting nay. Have all voted? Show Representative Rose voting aye. Have all voted? It means 65 ayes and 80 nays. The amendment fails to be adopted. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 3752? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Frank to close.
Members, thank you. We've had a lot of great discussion. This gives people options to make health care costs more affordable. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3752. A record vote has been requested by, Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3752. A record vote has been requested by Representative Turner of Tarrant. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Holland voting aye. Have all voted? There being 89 ayes and 57 nays, House Bill 3752 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1340. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1340 by Leach, relating to the extent of a defendant's criminal responsibility for the conduct of a co-conspirator in certain capital felony cases.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1340 addresses what perhaps is our most solemn and important responsibility as legislators and policymakers, and that is the imposition of the death penalty in Texas, deciding which Texans and which crimes are deserving of the ultimate punishment here in Texas. House Bill 1340 specifically addresses the situation dealing with the imposition of the death penalty in law of parties cases. Members, this bill is simple and straightforward. It's short, and so let me be very brief in my explanation. Capital punishment should be handled with the utmost seriousness and should only be utilized when there is absolute confidence in the crime and the perpetrator. And under the existing law of parties, as it is today, we simply cannot do that, and there needs to be changes. I do want to thank several of our colleagues, including Representative Thompson, Representative Dutton and Moody, and Representative Canales, who've specifically worked on the law of parties issues over the years. And I want to thank Speaker Phelan for his commitment to a broad and strong criminal justice platform, including this bill. Members, current law should concern us. It's kept me up at night. The death penalty, as I said, should be reserved for the worst of the worst offenders, for the most heinous crimes. But our current law of parties undermines the integrity of the Texas capital punishment system. This bill, members, House Bill 1340, brings Texas in alignment with Eighth Amendment standards by stating that to be convicted of capital murder under a conspiracy party rule, a defendant had to have been a major participant in the underlying conspiracy and acted with reckless indifference to human life. And I actually have an amendment that I want to offer to add one small change to the bill.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, of course, this amendment is acceptable to the author. Under the bill that's in front of you today, members, we will make sure that any Texan that receives the ultimate punishment imposed by the state of Texas, of course, sentenced by a jury of his or her peers, actually committed a crime deserving of the ultimate punishment. And members, no matter where you stand on the death penalty, and this is an issue that, as I mentioned, we've got to take seriously, we should take seriously, and I'm hopeful that this bill will actually lead to a broader, deeper conversation about the very existence of the death penalty in Texas. But as for the bill that's in front of you today, I am increasingly concerned that there are perhaps men on death row right now as we sit here voting on the floor of the Texas House who do not need to be there, who did not kill anybody, and who did not know anyone was going to be killed. For you lawyers, they didn't have the requisite mens rea. And so, members, this is a good bill, I hope, deserving of your support and your confidence. And with that, members, we've got one other amendment to add to the bill. I move adoption of the Leach amendment.
Representative Leach sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is an amendment that requesting the Board of Pardons and Parole to review the criminal conviction of each inmate who is serving a sentence of death and found guilty as a party under Section 7.02B of the Texas Penal Code to identify appropriate inmates to recommend to the governor for purposes of granting clemency. I move for its adoption. Thank you.
Representative Thompson of Harrison, supplemental amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1340? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Leach to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Representative Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Mr. Leach, I like your bill. I understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that a person who just sat outside in the car and expected a quick robbery with nobody getting hurt isn't given the death penalty. My question is very specific. It's on page 1 on lines 17 and 18, where we are taking out of the charge to the jury, the question of whether the defendant anticipated that a human life would be taken. I wouldn't think that that would fall into the category of the things that we're trying to protect in this bill. If you go into the crime, and maybe you are the lookout, but you know we're here to kill Mr. Leach, I'm here to look out, I anticipate the life's going to be taken, but I didn't take it. Why do you have that in here as something that we're going to take out in this bill?
Well, my First Amendment addressed this situation, Representative Schofield, the First Amendment to the bill that I accepted, dealing with, quote, the unlawful purpose of the conspiracy. And so you hit the nail on the head with your example. For instance, 2 specific cases come to mind. The case of Jeff Wood, who's currently on death row. He's actually been there, members, for over 25 years for a crime that was committed in Kerr County. In Mr. Wood's case, Mr. Wood was expecting to be the getaway driver for what was going to be the robbery of a convenience store. Little did he know that his friend who sat in the passenger seat actually had a gun confiscated in his pocket. The crime went wrong. The clerk fought back, and his friend, Mr. Renault, who's since been executed by the state, shot and killed the clerk. So Mr. Wood, as you correctly stated, did not have the requisite mens rea, yet he's been sitting on death row for 25 years. On the other hand, the case that comes to mind is the Texas 7. And many folks have brought up the case of the Texas 7, where but for the actions of the getaway driver, there would not have been a homicide, a murder. No one would have been killed. So the conspirators were like-minded in the actual execution of the crime. And that's what this bill still protects, still allows the death penalty to be imposed in that case, but would, in Mr. Wood's case and others like it, the death penalty would be ruled out in those cases.
So why, when we're asking the jury whether the defendant actually caused the death or did not actually cause the death but intended to, why would we take out that he anticipated a human life would be taken? I would think that would fall into the category of things that we would anticipate you could get, or at least be eligible for the death penalty for. As opposed to, as you say, Mr. Wood's case, where that's not what he thought was going to happen. He had no idea it was going to happen, and then something goes wrong. Here, we're no longer going to ask the jury whether the defendant we're talking about anticipated the human life would be taken as part of that crime. And I'm not sure I get how that fits into what you're trying to do.
Representative Schofield, I'm admittedly confused by your question. I'm sitting here reading the language, and I want to make sure that I understand specifically what you're asking. So can you maybe re-ask it in a clearer way?
Sure. Under current law, before we amend it with your bill, which I intend to vote for, one of the things that we'll ask the jury in cases where the defendant could be found guilty under the law of parties is whether the defendant actually caused the death of the deceased, did not actually cause the death of the deceased, but intended to kill the deceased or another, or whether the person anticipated that a human life would be taken. So this is a defendant, we're asking the jury, is this a defendant who went into this crime anticipating that a life would be taken? And we're no longer going to ask that, and I'm not sure why not. And if one of the other folks has a better idea.
The bill very clearly states, Representative, that in order to impose the death sentence, the jury must find one of two things: that either the defendant intentionally killed the victim, or did not actually perpetrate the murder, but intended to kill the victim or another. So these are legal terms. Anticipate. I still think what you're talking about is protected under the text of the bill.
The example is if you, me, and Mr. Goldman go with the purpose of killing somebody, and we get there and I don't pull the trigger, so I don't kill him, and I don't intend to, but I darn well anticipate he's going to be killed as part of the crime. That's not the same thing as the type of person that I think most of us are going to vote today to try to make sure doesn't get the death penalty. If you are participating in the crime in the anticipation that this person's going to be killed, even though you know you're not going to pull the trigger, I'm not sure that's somebody I think I'd still want to ask the jury that question.
Well, Representative Schofield, I think we may be crossing signals here because I still think what you're talking about is protected under the text of the bill. I don't want to say that the language that struck out, the anticipation language, is extraneous or not necessary, but I don't believe, I understand what you're saying, but I still believe that those situations are protected under the text of the bill. As I just said, actually caused the death, so defendant is actually the one who killed, or
Right.
under the law of parties, intended to kill the deceased or another. I still think that that's actually protected under the text of the bill.
So if I'm one of the three conspirators, I know I'm not going to pull the trigger because you're the only one with a gun. My job is to block the door so nobody gets in while you're doing it. I know we're there to kill the guy. That's why we're there. But we are no longer, I did not kill him, and I didn't intend to kill him. I intended you would. We are no longer going to ask whether I anticipated that a human life would be taken. I presume that's the reason for asking under current law if you anticipated the human life would be taken.
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
Well,
and I don't do criminal law. So
we want to have,
defer
when we're
those who
talking
do.
about the imposition of the death penalty in this situation of the law of parties, we want to actually have that intent. The intent, not just the anticipation that might happen, but the intent to effectuate that crime. And that's the purpose of us striking that language and including this other language further down the bill. And so I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying your question is not without merit, but I believe that it's still strongly protected under the bill, and I actually think the new language is more clear than the old language.
And I still intend to vote for your bill. I just hope we don't get to a situation where, we have gang members who don't get the penalty, for killing some kid when all of them involved knew what they were doing. But I appreciate it, and I thank you for bringing the bill. I think it's going to do a world of good.
All right, thank you.
Representative Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
Does
for
the gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Leach, thank you so much for this bill. Like you said earlier, many members have tried to pass this, and it's been brought up because this is a very important issue. I want to appreciate Representative...
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
I want to appreciate Representative Schofield's concerns, but my understanding is that they have been addressed in your bill already, and perhaps that first page and that section is not necessary, because if you go to page 2, section B, it very clearly states it addresses the anticipation part. And B2 says a conspirator acts with reckless indifference to human life if the conspirator is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk. So that deals with the anticipation and awareness of the mens rea part that he's addressing.
That's exactly right, Representative, and that's well said. This bill is dealing with the imposition of the death penalty in law of parties cases, and we want to reserve, by way of this bill, the death penalty for the cases in which there is intent. That is a legal term for intent, not only on the part of the one who actually fires the gun and does the killing, but intent on the getaway driver or the co-conspirator. Anticipation is still in code. It's in another section of code, and you could still do life, a life term without the possibility of parole in an event where there was an anticipated crime but not the intent found by the jury. That's still protected. This is only dealing with when the death penalty is imposed.
Absolutely, and so I don't think that, I believe that his concerns are already addressed in the bill that we have in front of us, and so I want to make sure that members know that the concerns that Representative Schofield raised are already addressed in this bill, and it's been taken care of. And so you have a great bill, and I want to thank you so much, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I again want to thank, of course, Chairman Dutton here and Representative Thompson, Speaker Moody, Representative Krause, so many of you who are passionate about this issue and have worked with us. Members, in closing, I want to challenge you as your friend and your colleague. And I specifically want to talk to my Republican counterparts, especially those who are going to be voting on pro-life bills as early as tomorrow. It is our obligation.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Members, it is our obligation as legislators, as Texans, and for those of us who pride ourselves on doing everything we can to protect innocent life, I encourage you and implore you to think deeply about the death penalty in Texas. Just today, I read a story from our state to the north, Oklahoma, where they literally have found DNA evidence exonerating a man who was executed 4 years ago. That should keep us up at night. And so I ask your support of this bill. This is common sense legislation that every single one of us should be able to support. And going forward, whether this is your first term, your last term, or whether you are here 10 more terms, this is a conversation that every session we should take seriously and should be open to being very thoughtful and intentional about as legislators. So thank you, members, and with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1340. A record vote has been requested by Representative Moody. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will read the bill. Show Representative Moody voting aye, Representative Dutton voting aye, Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 138 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 1340 is passed to engrossment. Representative Canales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the comments on the previous bill be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, we have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the fine messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 838, call course relating to authorization by a school district or open enrollment charter school for a person to carry or possess a weapon on school premises for purposes of safety and security. SB 1109 West relating to the requiring public schools to provide instruction and materials to adopt policies relating to the prevention of child abuse, family violence, and dating violence. SB 1149, Cole Course, relating to the transition of case management for children and pregnant women program services and Healthy Texas Women program services to a managed care program. SB 1357, Hughes, relating to the deadlines associated with proposing and adopting a budget for certain counties. SB 1436, Betancourt, relating to the appeal of a determination by the Comptroller of Public Accounts of a protest of the Comptroller's findings in a study of a school district's property values. SB 1616, Betancourt, relating to the powers and duties of governmental entities during a public health disaster, providing civil penalties. SB 1921, Lucio, relating to Medicaid reimbursements for the provision of certain behavioral health and physical health services. SB 1942, Gutierrez, relating to the creation of public facilities, corporations, and requirements applicable to public facility corporations. Respectfully, Patsy Spall, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you. Great job. Please excuse Representative Leach because of important business on the motion of Representative Burrows. Is there objection? Chair is none. Motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 1869 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1869 by Burrows, relating to the definition of debt for the purposes of calculating certain ad valorem tax rates of a taxing unit.
The chair recognizes Representative Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill dealing with non-voter approved debt. Had the pleasure of working with many of y'all on that. I think there are 2 or 3 amendments. I think this will bring a lot of people excited about the bill.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cyrier.
Chair recognizes Representative Cyrier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So we have got an amendment. Mr. Guerra, I appreciate your notes too. So many of y'all have been working with us on this. And I appreciate Mr. Burrows for allowing us to add this amendment, which will allow us to put in telecommunication, wire communication. It also has in there cybersecurity. We have hospital district and I believe a teaching hospital that Ms. Gervin Hawkins had asked us to look into. We've got that in here. We also put in here emergency vehicles. I know many of your cities and counties had asked about emergency vehicles and maintenance vehicles. It's got heavy equipment. If they wanted to use a CO for heavy equipment, it also has that in here. So many of the things that y'all have asked for, we have worked with y'all and have it all rolled into this one amendment. And I believe it's acceptable by the author.
Representative Cyrier sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair, as none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. This is covering our existing infrastructure and renovations and making sure that we're not capturing that conduct within the confines of this bill. I move adoption.
Representative Moody sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair, as none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Representative Martinez-Fisher to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that exempts the Bexar County and is acceptable to the author.
Representative Martinez-Fisher sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair, as none, the amendment is adopted. Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1869? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Burrows to close.
You want to do Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 1869. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1869. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1869 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3354. Chair recognizes that the clerk will read the bill.
HB 3354 by Burrows, relating to the location of certain justice courts.
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this deals with Lubbock County JP courts only. Move passage.
Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3354? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3354. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3354 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays that on second reading. House Bill 1300. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1300 by Guillen, relating to the reading and marking of a ballot by a person occupying a voting station or by the person's child.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Section 64.002 of the Election Code reads that a child under 18 years of age may accompany their parent to the voting station. HB 1300, this bill simply adds to that same section of the code that the child under the age of 14 can read or mark the ballot under the direction of their parent. I think there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will provide an education component with the Secretary of State's office and with the local administrators, and it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Martinez-Fisher sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is any objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative. Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1300? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1300. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1300 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3535. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3535 by Hunter, relating to the availability of dates of birth under the Public Information Law.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows access to dates of birth and corrects the public information for getting that access. Move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3535? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment House Bill 3535. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3535 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2924. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2924 by Dutton, relating to certain grounds for the involuntary termination of the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Under today's law, we allow the termination of parental rights to a child. One of the worst things we do, though, is we allow that to happen simply because there has been a previous termination of parental rights in that case. And so what this does is just changes that and gives a due process so that that can't happen anymore. And so with that, I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2924? If not, the question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 2924. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2924 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1509. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1509 by Murphy, relating to enhancing the criminal penalties for certain repeat and habitual offenders.
Chair recognizes Representative Murphy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about a very small fraction of criminals. Actually, it does not apply to 99.8%, but it does some good things for Texas. We appreciate your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do indeed move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1509? If not, the question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 1509. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1509 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3923. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3923 by Alverson, relating to multiple employer welfare arrangements.
Chair recognizes Representative Alverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3923 has to do with multiple employer welfare agreements, or MEWAs as they're called, which is a type of health insurance where similar employers in similar industry and geographic region band together to pool their coverage. House Bill 3923 expands the ability of MEWAs to serve more industries by removing the requirement that they be in the same industry in the same geographical region in exchange for some enhanced consumer protections. Move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3923? If not, the question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 3923. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3923 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1518. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1518 by Dutton, relating to the hours for selling alcoholic beverages in certain establishments.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This simply allows hotels to serve the residents of the hotel or the registered guests of the hotel and the bar at times they want to. And I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1518? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment House Bill 1518. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1518 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays that on second reading. House Bill 3046. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3046 by Middleton, relating to the identification of and prohibited cooperation by state and local entities with certain federal acts that violate the United States Constitution.
Chair recognizes Representative Middleton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill recognizes the vital role of the legislature in ensuring our 10th Amendment states' rights and that powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved to the states. And regardless of our policy differences, we're going to do better when Texas runs Texas. House Bill 3046 creates a routine procedure for review of federal or agency rules that are adopted in response to unilateral presidential executive orders. and provides a status of any litigation regarding the rules based on an executive order, including whether a court has found such rules to violate constitutional rights. House Bill 3046 requires a monthly report to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, and the legislature regarding executive order-based rules adopted by federal government agencies that relate to certain subject matters. And those subject matters are pandemic response, natural resources, including oil and gas, agriculture, the use of land, financial sector standards, Second Amendment rights, free exercise of religion. The report must also include the status of any lawsuit filed relating to a rule identified by any AG report under this section, and whether a court has found the rule to violate certain rights guaranteed to the citizens of the United States. And finally, the bill prohibits state agencies and political subdivisions from cooperating with the federal government agencies in implementing an executive order-based agency rule that was found to violate constitutional rights by a court. And this bill, frankly, helps prevent a hodgepodge and patchwork of executive order implementation in Texas. This bill also encourages the proper separation of powers between the legislative and executive branch. Congress should be legislating and not relying on unconstitutional executive orders to make general law. This bill is focused on helping protect individual liberties and private property rights in the state.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for
I
questions?
do, and there are a couple amendments as well.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Middleton. So I was listening closely to your layout, and I think I understand a little bit better now, but what are you trying to achieve with this bill? What is the purpose of the legislation?
So the purpose of this bill is to review executive orders for constitutionality. Now, that is not unilateral under this bill. So first is it requires a report to this body, to the governor and the lieutenant governor, of all executive orders relating to that subject matter that I just laid out.
Who provides that report?
Attorney General.
The Attorney General. Does the Attorney General assess the constitutionality in that report, or does it just say, here's a report of all the executive orders?
They do make an opinion of it, but there is no enforcement of that opinion until there is a federal court case on point, and there's an amendment from Representative Turner that clarifies that.
Okay. So the Attorney General will provide a report on executive actions, all executive actions, and then
not all. So it's got to be on the subject matter of pandemic response, natural resources, oil and gas, agriculture, use of land, financial sector, as well as Second Amendment and religious liberties.
Okay.
So that limited subject matter only.
So in that limited subject matter, those are pretty big subjects.
It's pretty broad. It's pretty broad.
It's not everything. So within that subject matter, the Attorney General provides a report and says, the president took this executive action, and in my opinion, it is not constitutional, or it is constitutional. Is that what your bill calls for?
Yeah, so basically they have to put in the report whether or not they believe it's constitutional, and then they also put an update on any case law related to that. So it's an ongoing report, right? So every 30 days they have to provide this report and say if there's an update, say a district court in a different state or court of appeals, or obviously, the ultimate mandatory jurisdiction, Supreme Court, makes the ruling. That's it. That's the final determination. So that's mandatory jurisdiction. So that's the end of the road on this. If the Supreme Court says yes, it's constitutional, that's it. If it says no, it's not, that's it.
Okay. And so the mechanism by which you say an agency or a political subdivision may not enforce, or enforce, I guess is the word you use, an executive action, that would only come after a court has deemed that action to be unconstitutional?
Yes,
is that
so
right?
in order for that provision to come into effect, there has to be a relevant court case, and there is an amendment clarifying that. That's got to be a court case, that federal court case that was not overturned or overruled. I think that's a good clarification that needs to be made.
Okay, so back to the report. The report comes into play before there's litigation, is that right?
The report can come into play before there's litigation, but there's no enforcement in any of this until there is.
So what is the purpose of the report if there's not been, if one of these executive actions has not been decided by the courts. What is the purpose of that report at that
Well,
point?
a lot of this is already being done by the Attorney General. I think what this does is it brings all of us into the equation where we are updated on a monthly basis on these executive actions. I think that's always a good thing. It's transparency. We all get that report delivered to us every 30 days, and it involves the legislature, I think, more closely in that process.
Okay, and what if we disagree with the Attorney General's opinion on whether something is constitutional or not?
Well, you know what? Anyone can. The thing is there's going to be litigation probably. It doesn't guarantee it because the enforcement mechanism requires that there's a court case. But if there's not, private parties can intervene. Private parties can sue based on executive orders. So there's an opportunity, I think, for everyone to make their voice heard in this process. So, you know, there are other attorney generals in other states that are probably going to litigate this, not just ours. These are things that are, frankly, probably already going to happen. And this just creates a more formal framework, the report does, for this body to keep track of what's going on.
Okay. Did you file this bill last session, Representative Middleton?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you filed it this session and not last session?
Look, I think at the end of the day, politicians are transitory, so I know where you're going with this. Elected officials are transitory. And our Declaration of Independence says that we're endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. So we are a trustee of that, right? We're just a trustee of those constitutional rights.
I agree.
And that is our job to make sure that those rights are enforced. So these names on this board, they're all going to go away someday. Those composites back there, they're all going to go away someday. Our names will be forgotten, but what counts is that we've stood up for those constitutional rights of life, liberty, and property that everybody has promised.
Okay. Well, I would agree with the transitory nature of elected officials. I think we're all well served to remember that on a daily basis. I would just submit to you that probably a lot of us don't necessarily view the Attorney General as an arbiter of what's constitutional and what's not, given the actions the Attorney General has taken and some of the litigation he's brought over the last 6 months, for instance. So I've got an amendment that I hope you'll look at that would provide a little more transparency in that regard, but I'll visit with you about it down front in a few minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Kraus, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Middleton, I appreciate what you're trying to do here because I think what we've seen the last several years in Washington, D.C. is the proliferation of executive orders and executive actions. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
And honestly, it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat administration or Republican administration. Now we're back to a Democrat administration. We've seen as Congress has failed to do its job time and time again, the executive has taken more of an integral role or more of a forceful role in these things. So what your bill is really trying to do is say, we don't care what's happening in D.C. We just know it seems like the executive branch is going to continue to do more of these unilateral actions, no matter who it is or what they're trying to do, especially on important issues. We want to make sure Texans continue to have a voice in what's going on there.
Correct. It's a proper separation of powers issue. You know, I mean, if general law is going to be made, it should be made by Congress. It shouldn't be made through executive orders. So that's the intent of this, and it also protects our state sovereignty, which, you know, Texas has got to run Texas at the end of the day.
And do you see the use of executive orders and executive actions at the federal level decreasing anytime soon?
No, and I have a list here actually, starting with Reagan. He issued 381, Clinton 364, Obama 266, Trump 220, and we're at 42 so far under Biden. So, I mean, this is something I don't see decreasing over time.
Which is why, for the long-term health of Texas and its institutions, this kind of bill is very important.
Yes, very.
Thank you for bringing this bill.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Middleton.
Chair recognizes Representative Middleton to explain his amendment.
So what this does is really bring the intent of the bill to clarifying amendment. So this is under the condition that there is a court case, so a federal court case that the AG is essentially hanging their hat on, where there's not cooperation with federal agency rules based on an executive order when they've been deemed unconstitutional. I think the way the bill is now, it implies that there could be an injunction, but this clarifies this and says that the Attorney General may bring an injunctive action in district court in Travis County or a county in which a political subdivision is located to enjoin the cooperation, non-cooperation clause under 793.003. And it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Middleton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chairs none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Dallas to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Although Representative Middleton and I disagree as to this bill as a whole, I do thank him for working with me on this amendment. It's acceptable to the author. It just clarifies that for the non-cooperation portion of the bill to be effective, the finding of unconstitutionality must be in a decision of a federal court that has not been stayed, reversed, or overruled. I move adoption.
Representative Turner of Dallas sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3046? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Middleton to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 3046. A record vote has been requested by Representative Biederman. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Ellzey voting aye? Shall Representative Turner of Dallas voting no? Shall Representative Schofield voting aye? Have all voted? There being 83 ayes and 61 nays, House Bill 3046 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1564. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1564 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to the appointment of receivership for and disposition of certain platted lots that are abandoned, unoccupied, and undeveloped in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez of El Paso to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1564 is a local bill to help solve a giant problem that we have in the far eastern part of El Paso County, and I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1564? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1564. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1564 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3215. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3215 by Guerin relating to energy efficiency building standards.
The chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As building energy codes become more stringent, housing affordability and homeowner choice increasingly suffer. I have one amendment, please.
Members, we're waiting on an amendment. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This incorporates agreed-to language, which includes minimum thermal envelope requirements to ensure homes are adequately insulated and extends the sunset date for the performance path while providing more stringent scores and clarifies ANSI 301 performance path is a home energy rating system. I move passage.
Representative Guerin sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3215 creates intelligent, rational energy code policy that drives innovation. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3215. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3215 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1193. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1193 by way relating to the jurisdiction of a juvenile court over certain persons and to the sealing and non-disclosure of certain juvenile and criminal records.
Chair recognizes Representative Wu to explain the amendment. To explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that gives our gives our judges a few more tools. This is a purely permissive bill. Nothing requires it, and it allows our judges who are dealing with juveniles and serious cases an opportunity to even think about having their record seals, giving them a true second chance. And with that, I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1193? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1193. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The House Bill 1193 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1646. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1646 by Lambert relating to modification of certain prescription drug benefits and coverage offered by certain health benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Representative Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Stan Lambert's bill. This bill protects patients from non-medical switching. It keeps health plans from forcing patients off medications for financial reasons instead of medical ones. You may remember this bill passed out of the House with overwhelming support last session. I would request your favorable consideration again, and I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1646? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1646. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1646 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2867. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2867 by Raymond relating to the issuance of a temporary license for an assisted living facility that is a corporate change in ownership.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2867 simply issues a temporary license when there's an assisted living facility that has already been licensed and there's a new owner. This allows a temporary license while all the paperwork is finished. Move adoption.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2867? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2867. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2867 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 246. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 246 by Mayor relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of improper relationship between educator and student.
Chair recognizes Representative Holland for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 246 until 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 622. The clerk will read the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I am so proud.
Ms. Gervin-Hawkins.
HB 622 by Gervin Hawkins relating to creating an abbreviated educator preparation programs for certification in marketing education, certification in health science technology education.
Now the chair recognizes Representative Gervin-Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm eager about this bill. This bill extends the bill I got passed in the 85th legislative session that adds to our industry. What we're adding is marketing and the health sciences to our abbreviated certification program so that our young people can have subject matter experts in this field. With that, as my understanding, there's an amendment.
Is Representative Meza on the floor of the House? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meza.
Chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to explain the amendment.
Ms. Mesa's amendment just makes sure that we're not dealing with core subjects, that the abbreviated certification program is strictly towards the marketing and technological sciences. Accept it.
Representative Meza sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 622? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 622. Oh, sorry. The chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House 622. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 622 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2497. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2497 by Parker, relating to the establishment and duties of the Texas 1836 Project.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. House Bill 2497 establishes the 1836 Project, an advisory committee with the goal of promoting civic education and increasing awareness of the rich history and values that shaped the state prior, during, and after the year 1836. In response to my filing this bill, Governor Abbott said an educated and informed public is essential to the future of our state, and I look forward to working with Representative Parker and the legislature to establish the 1836 Project this session. I do have a couple perfecting amendments.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Parker.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker to explain his amendment.
Thanks, Speaker. Members, this bill is just very simply working to get the cost down associated with the production of materials that promote what we're doing, and so that's all this is in this particular first amendment.
Representative Parker sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Parker.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is simply just a technical cleanup, just making certain that state civics is included. So that's all we're doing here on this second amendment.
Representative Parker sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2490? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
Chair recognizes Representative Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply adds the state's Christian heritage to the list of historical subjects that the committee is to educate and advise on. I move adoption.
Representative Slayton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the authors. Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
Chair recognizes Representative Slayton to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply adds the state's heritage of keeping and bearing arms in defense of liberty and life to the list of historical subjects that the committee is to educate and advise on. The right to keep and bear arms is one of the most influential founding ideals and principles of Texas, and the right of the people to keep and bear arms is essential to maintaining a free society. This amendment simply ensures that this principle and historic heritage is preserved by this committee. I move adoption.
Representative Slayton sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Tarrant.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner of Tarrant to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment says that this program will also include instruction about the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the list of curriculum items outlined by the 1836 project. And so this amendment specifically speaks to the role of President Lyndon Baines Johnson signing the Voting Rights Act, President George W. Bush signing the extension of the Voting Rights Act, and Barbara Jordan's successful effort to include Spanish-speaking individuals in the extension of the 1975 Voting Rights Act. And this is an important part of our state's heritage that we should all be proud of, that Texans have led the effort to pass and strengthen and extend the Voting Rights Act. And in this day and time, as we want to ensure the voting rights of all individuals, it's important that we remember Texas' important role in that process. I believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Turner of Tarrant sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2497? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Parker to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appreciate the time. Again, I think it's very important that we celebrate our history and remember all of it with this 1836 project. Move passes.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2497. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2497 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays members. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1374. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 295, and the clerk will read the bill.
SB 295 by Perry, relating to confidential and privileged communications and records of victims of certain sexual assault offenses.
The chair recognizes Representative Minojarez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 285 simply brings confidentiality protections for sexual assault survivors in line with what already exists for survivors of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that allows persons who are sex trafficked victims who face unique and ongoing threats to their safety to use the pseudonym pursuant to the confidentiality agreement so that the victims will not be deterred from coming forward. And it is acceptable to the author.
Representative Thompson of Harris sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 295? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Minojarez to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 295. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 295 is passed to third reading. Senate Bill 295 is passed to third reading. Representative Minojarez moves to lay House Bill 1374 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1397. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1397 by White, relating to the required disclosure of entities with an ownership interest in a vendor of voting system equipment.
The chair recognizes Representative White to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation promotes transparency in regards to the voting systems that are approved in our state by the Secretary of State. This legislation will do this by requiring that there be a disclosure of any person or company that has more than 5% ownership interest in the voting systems, vendor's parent company, or any subsidiaries or affiliates of the vendor. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1397? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1397. A record vote has been requested by Representative Biederman. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Canales voting aye. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all voted? I mean, 143 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1397 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2843. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1334. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1334 by Hinojosa, relating to the donation to the United States of certain facilities relating to a toll bridge by certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Representative Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for allowing me to
bring SB 1334, which is a companion to my 2843 House bill. This cleans up the language around federal donations acceptance program, which is incredibly important to billions of dollars of trade from the Rio Grande Valley and all border communities, and I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 1334? If not, the question occurs on passage to third reading. Senate Bill 1334. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1334 is passed to third reading. Representative Canales moves to lay House Bill 2843 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays that on second reading. House Bill 1080. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1080 by Patterson, relating to the eligibility for participation in the University Interscholastic League activities of certain public school students who receive outpatient mental health services.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would prohibit UIL and schools from adopting or enforcing policies to restrict students who are outpatients at mental health facilities from participating in UIL activities. I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 1080? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1080. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1080 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays that on second reading. House Bill 2692. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2692 by Landgraf, relating to the regulation of radioactive waste, reducing the surcharge, reducing a fee.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2692 until the end of today's calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3777 by Noble, relating to eligible costs and expenses for purposes of the franchise tax credit for the certified rehabilitation of certified historic structures.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2013, our body enacted the Historic Preservation Tax Credit. This bill was designed to help private business owners of historic buildings be able to afford the expense of restoring historic income-producing buildings that were sitting derelict. This bill closes the loophole that a few local governments are currently using as an opportunity to get their own building restorations done using our state tax dollars. I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3777? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3777.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield some questions?
I will yield for questions.
Representative Martinez-Fisher, she already moved passage.
Mr. Speaker, I was standing here trying to get your attention. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask the lady some questions.
Does the gentlelady yield? The gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tried. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Representative Noble, just for the purposes of legislative intent, I know we've been working on this for quite some time, and San Antonio has benefited or has applied and used this program. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they have.
And so far as going forward with respect to the law, you and I both have been working with the Historical Commission, and as you and I understand it, the way this law is being proposed, that this will not apply to the existing project, the Alameda Theater in San Antonio. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The Alameda Theater in particular has an operation, restoration, and maintenance of the theater is under control of the Alameda Theater Conservatory and therefore does qualify for this tax credit.
Thank you. That's my understanding too. And Representative Noble, as it relates to projects at the San Antonio, our historic missions, all of our historic missions there now would also not be impacted by this change in law. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct that because those missions are under the control of the nonprofit, the Catholic Archdiocese, then they are also absolutely under this bill.
Thank you. And then we've talked about the Alamo, and we've sort of had a discussion that as it relates to any city-owned property, that if they were to enter into a nonprofit arrangement similar to the Alameda or similar to the missions, that they too might also be able to seek the benefit of this historic tax credit. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding that the Alamo itself sits on state property. Therefore, we wouldn't need a tax credit in order to do restoration on it. The cenotaph, in fact, sits on city property, but if the city of San Antonio places that area under the control of a nonprofit and is not the leasee of that project, the repairer should be eligible for these tax credits.
As it relates to anything on the city property, that's correct?
If they have given control over to a nonprofit.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the exchange between Representative Noble and I reduced to writing, placed in the journal for legislative intent.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment, House Bill 377. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3777 is passed to engrossment. And members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1695. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1555. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1555 by Zaffarini relating to establishing reimbursement rates for certain child care providers participating in the subsidized child care program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission.
Chair recognizes Representative Rainey to explain the bill.
This bill establishes subsidized daycare rates for administered through the Workforce Commission. I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 1555? If not, the question occurs on passage to third reading. Senate Bill 1555. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1555 is passed to third reading. Representative Rainey moves to lay House Bill 1695 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3893. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3893 by Hinojosa relating to the modification of a 99-year lease of certain state property.
Chair recognizes Representative Hinojosa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is simply grant an easement to Capital Metro to go underground to state pieces of property downtown that currently are operating a park under a 99-year lease, and I believe there is an amendment to this bill.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cyrier.
Chair recognizes Representative Cyrier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, I appreciate Representative Hinojosa working with me on this. This does some clarifications which will help the taxpayers save money.
Representative Cyrier sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 3893? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Hinojosa to close.
And I also just want to say, happy birthday, John Cyrier, everyone. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 3893. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3893 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3276. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3276 by Parker relating to the security of voted ballots.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move to postpone this bill till 10 a.m. Thursday, May 6th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chairs, here's none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 5 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1488. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1488 by Dean relating to state agency report submitted to the legislature.
Chair recognizes Representative Dean to explain the amendment.
Thank you,
to
Speaker.
explain
Members,
the bill.
this bill will conserve taxpayer resources by sunsetting all agency reports after the 10th anniversary date of agency first submitted by the report for less government. I think we have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an excellent bill that will
get rid of a lot of unnecessary reports that we needed in the past. What the amendment does is instead of letting the agency decide when it's time, it would let the legislature decide when it's time. So if the agency feels that we probably don't need this report anymore, they would go ask the Sunset Commission to go include it on a list to give to us. We can pass a bill the next time to say you get rid of that report. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Schofield sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1488? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Dean to close.
Thank you, Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1488. Representative Kaysen has requested a record vote. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 126 ayes and 11 nays, House Bill 1488 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 216. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 43. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 43 by Zaffarini relating to residential mortgage loans, including the financing of residential real estate purchases by means of a wrap mortgage loan, providing licensing and registration requirements, authorizing administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Representative Ortega to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate bill by Senator Zaffarini addresses a type of mortgage fraud involving wrap loans. When scammers use wrap loans to defraud their customers, the scammer accepts payment from the buyer but never remits those payments to the lien holder on behalf of the seller. By the time the involved parties realize that they have been scammed, a buyer may have lost thousands of dollars and the roof over their head, and an innocent seller is facing the impact of a foreclosure on their credit history. Senate Bill 43 brings certain wrap lenders under the existing oversight framework of the Department of Savings and Mortgage Lending, so that the department can better detect and deter bad actors from using these loan products as a vehicle to scam unsuspecting homeowners and home buyers. This protects honest sellers and lien holders by ensuring that a sale with wrap financing may not occur unless the senior lien holder gives written consent to the sale and the sale is closed by an attorney or a title company. It protects buyers by requiring the payments to be held in trust for the purpose of remitting those payments to the senior lien holder and requiring written disclosures so that all parties understand the transaction that they are agreeing to. I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Parker.
Chair recognizes Representative Parker to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very good bill. We've been working on this bill for a number of years in the Financial Services Committee. This amendment specifically is one requested by the governor. This amendment lowers the annual number of mortgage transactions an unlicensed or unregistered person may conduct from 5 to 3. And the amendment also closes potential loopholes by defining the types of entities that, if they are affiliated or have common ownership, can be considered one entity when calculating the number of transactions per year. Move past.
Representative Parker sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 43? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Ortega to close.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 43. Representative Kaysen has requested a record vote. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 91 ayes and 42 nays, Senate Bill 43 is passed to third reading. Representative Ortega moves to lay House Bill 216 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1681. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1681 by Harless relating to the construction of an assisted living facility within a 500-year floodplain.
Chair recognizes Representative Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1681 would prohibit new construction of commercial assisted living centers within a 500-year floodplain in counties of 3.3 million or greater, and I move passage.
Does any other member wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1681? If not, the question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 1681. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1681 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays on second reading House Bill 211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 211 by theory relating to sales and use taxes on e-cigarette vapor products to benefit the Child Health Benefit Plan program, imposing taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill closes a loophole that has existed for too long by making sure that e-cigarette makers pay an excise tax like all other tobacco manufacturers. I believe I have an amendment by Chairman Burrows.
Chair recognizes Representative Theory. Mr. Trendeholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise the point of order on this bill according to Rule 11, Section 2, and Rule 4, Section 40, ungermaneness of the substitute.
Bring your point of order down front. Representative Theory, Representative Tenderholt, Mr. Basoot, Mr. Moody. Representative Theory.
Mr. Tenderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 211 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane. The bill as introduced imposes a sales and use tax on a single class of products, e-cigarette and vapor products. The committee substitute expanded the bill to include taxes on both alternative nicotine and modified risk tobacco products. As expressly defined by the substitute, neither of those is of the same class as the class of products in the original bill. For this reason, the substitute is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained, and pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, the bill is returned to the Committee on Calendars. The chair lays out HB 246 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 246 by Murr relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of improper relationship between educator and student.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill would close a loophole to prosecution of a teacher who engages in sexual contact with a student who is 17 years of age or older, and I believe there are a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shine.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, the amendment, and I understand it is a friendly amendment, it basically says if a public or private primary or secondary school may not release to the public the name of an employee of the school who is accused of committing an offense under this section until the employee is indicted for the offense. Move adoption.
Mr. Shine sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption. Amendment. Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thanks, Andy.
Amendment by Beckley.
The chair recognizes Ms. Beckley to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Murr, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 and Rule 11, Section 3.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the Grossman HB 246. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 246 is passed in Grossman. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2136. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2136 by Thompson and Brazoria relating to marine vessel projects and the diesel emissions reduction incentive program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will help create additional flexibility within the existing TURP program. The TURP grants currently available for marine vessels and engines that operate on marine vessels, and however, currently the state has a 75% time in the non-attainment area. This bill will reduce the percentage from 75% to 55%. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the Grossman HB 2136. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2136 is passed in Grossman. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1812. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1812 by Swanson relating to filing fees for certain candidates for office in primary elections.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1812 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May the 6th.
Members who heard the motion is objection to the motion. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4346. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4346 by Lamont relating to the possession, carrying, or transportation of a firearm by certain persons during the use of an easement.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4346 simply grants a person or their guest the right to possess, carry, or transport a firearm over an easement while using the easement for the easement's purpose. And there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lamont.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is a perfecting amendment recommended by the governor's office. I would like to thank the governor for working with me on this bill and this amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Lamont says that the amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lamont.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses an additional unreasonable restriction on the exact same situation and is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lamont sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the Grossman HB 4346. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4346 is passed in Grossman. The chair lays out on second reading HB 463. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 463 by Shaheen relating to ineligibility to serve as a poll watcher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 463 seeks to make an individual ineligible to serve as an election poll watcher if the individual has been convicted of a first or second-degree felony. Our elections are sacred, and integrity in our election process is vital. However, despite this fact, there are large numbers of jobs that are not available to those convicted of a felony today. However, a person can be a poll watcher in Texas with a felony convictions. There are several jobs that are not available to individuals that have been convicted of a felony, such as law enforcement, emergency medical personnel, jobs at banks, at our schools, of course. So it's reasonable to forbid those convicted of felonies from these types of positions, because these are positions of trust. That should also include a position of a poll watcher. So House Bill 463 prohibits an individual convicted of a first or second-degree felony from serving as a poll watcher.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you, Representative Shaheen. So your bill is as you just stated, if someone is convicted of any first or second-degree felony, they would be ineligible to serve as a poll watcher. Is
That's
that right?
accurate, yeah.
Okay. But the bill also or the substitute anyway, says that the bill before us, that an offense in connection with conduct directly attributable to an election is also ineligible to serve. Is that right?
That's accurate. If you violated election law, of course, you don't want that person to be a poll watcher.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So, for example, retaliation against a voter. A person commits, I'm reading from the statute, a person commits an offense if in retaliation against a voter is voted for or against a candidate or measure, if the person only harms or threatens to harm the voter, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a felony of the third degree. So that person would still be ineligible to be a poll watcher. Is that right?
If they did what now? I'm sorry.
Well, so there's a specific offense in statute.
Yeah.
Retaliation against a voter. Okay, it's a third degree felony. So it's an elections-related offense.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So under the bill, that person would be ineligible to be a poll watcher. Is that right?
Yeah, it says a person is ineligible as, hold on here. What part of the bill are you reading?
I'm sorry, this is page 2.
Yeah.
Line 10 and 11.
Yeah, an offense in connection with conduct directly attributable to the election. That's current law.
Right, okay. So and then unlawful, so for example, unlawful removal from a ballot box. If you unlawfully take ballots out of a ballot box, is currently a Class A misdemeanor. Someone commits that offense, they're also ineligible to serve as a
Yeah, it says
poll
an
watcher.
offense in connection with conduct directly attributed to an election. That's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very
Sure.
much. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 463 on rule that violates Rule 4, Section 32C.
Please bring your point of order down front. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 463 till June 1st at 10 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair has none. Motion is adopted. Is Mr. Sherman on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 368. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 368 by Sherman, relating to the issuance of a driver's license to a state legislator or prosecutor that includes an alternative to the license holder's residence address.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 368 seeks to provide confidentiality of home addresses for law enforcement, prosecutors, and state legislators by allowing prosecutors, county district, criminal district, assistant county, assistant district, and assistant criminal district attorneys, state legislators, and peace officers to apply for driver's license using their place of employment as an alternative address. Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Pursuit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this amendment does is remove legislators from the bill so that we do not get special privileges. I believe that this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Pursuit sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harless.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the amendment.
This is just a clarifying amendment, and it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Harless sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for or against the bill? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Mr. Sherman to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the gross from HB 368. A record vote is requested by Mr. Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. All members voting. There being 136 ayes, 10 nays, HB 368 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1477. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1477 by Bella Kaufman, relating to performance and payment bonds for public work contracts on public property leased to a non-governmental entity.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1477 would require payment performance bonds for all construction projects on publicly owned lands, regardless of the public or private nature of the developer. The changes proposed in House Bill 1477 would extend the requirement for payment bonds contained within Chapter 2253 to include not only construction projects contracted directly by owning public agencies, but also to those constructed by tenants and lessees of property owned by public agencies. I believe there is an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rodriguez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply exempts a river authority that has parks. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Rodriguez sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 1477. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1477 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1128 by Jeton, relating to persons permitted to be in a polling place or a place where ballots are being counted.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1128 is a cleanup bill, which codifies in one single location a list of those who are allowed in polling locations, ballot board meeting locations, and central count. I believe we have some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is designed to add the Secretary of State, a member of the Secretary of State's election division staff, elections officials, sheriffs, or elections officer staff delivering election supplies, and a person accompanying a voter with a disability to the list of persons who may be in polling places, and I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Busey says about amendment, the amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection, adoption. The amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Is Mr. Rosenthal on the floor of the House? Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment here allows people from the office of either your county clerk or election administrator to be in the room. So we're already allowing the officer, but in those counties where there may be a lot of polling places, a lot of ground to cover, this would allow that office to cover more locations. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to speak. I'm sorry, Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the author yield for a question?
Author of the amendment?
Yes.
Yeah. Gentleman
yes.
Thank you, Representative Rosenthal, for following this amendment. Wouldn't you agree that, so you're expanding, what your amendment is doing is allowing the county elections administrator, correct, for their staff to also be able to go into the polling location? Can you just elaborate a little bit more on what
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that the bill is written, it allows the election administrator or the county clerk themselves, the person, to go to the polling location to help resolve issues, whatever those are. This would allow other people from that same office, so by extension of the office, would allow them to handle it. So especially in counties either with a lot of polling locations or a lot of ground to cover, this would really help them resolve issues in a timely manner.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that allowing staff members, to make this list right on the bill as it currently is, it would likely shorten turnaround time, right, for in response to things like mitigating disputes, irregularities at the polling location. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely would shorten response time, and also I would argue it improves the quality of service.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Chair, or Speaker. Members, I am asking you to not vote in favor of this amendment. The intent of the bill that we put together was to codify in one location all of those that were authorized to be in the within the polling locations, ballot board counting area, and the tabulation area. The idea was to, out of the 1,000 pages of election code, to make sure that we had a single list that was easy to look at and understand. We do not want to increase the number of people that are within these locations that shouldn't be there.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes. Gentleman yield for a question. Gentleman yields.
So Representative Jeton, you and I spoke yesterday and today regarding this amendment and trying to see if we can find some common ground. We weren't able to meet eye to eye, but what is your bill meant to keep the elections administrator or the county elections person, officer, from being in the same location at the same time as other staff?
No. So the intent of the bill was to ensure that only those that were supposed to be there are there. And so we did include the elections officer, which can be your tax assessor, your county clerk, or your elections administrator to address those issues. But that would be the only person that would be within the elections offices that would be allowed in the polling locations.
So in the event that the county elections officer, him or herself, aren't able to physically go to a location to check on a problem that maybe was reported because they're running around all over the place on election day or during early voting because problems happen at multiple locations, sometimes at the same time, then what happens then? I mean, so they're not able to send somebody designated from their office to go take care of the issue?
Yeah, so I would argue that first you have your presiding judge and your alternate judge that are there to handle those situations. In a case where there is something that's going on, there's irregularities, then there are areas of the code that already allows for investigation to have the district attorney, county attorney to be able to come in, or law enforcement to handle other situations.
So you'd want law enforcement to go handle an issue when there is a problem with the presiding judge maybe not processing provisional ballots. It's going to require police law enforcement to come take care of that situation?
I think that you have your alternate judge and you also have your elections officer, and if needed, you have also the state elections officials that are allowed in.
So you don't think that by allowing them to have a designated staff person would help mitigate or remedy any issues quicker at a polling location so people are able to vote? And
no, the intent of the bill is to make sure that only those that are supposed to be in there are in there. I think that by adding what you're wanting to add in there, that it is opening up to potential misuse that would result in voter intimidation and other issues, which is why this bill was put together. And so, no, I'm not in favor of opening this up for election staff to be able to come in.
All right, thank you.
With that,
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If our intent is to improve election security, having the people from the office that actually administer these elections to allow them access to resolve disputes just makes sense. So I move adoption. I hope you'll support this.
The question occurs from adoption amendment. This is a division vote. All in favor say aye. Vote aye. Those opposed nay. Show Mr. Jatan voting no. Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Show Mr. Murphy voting no. All voted. Strike the board. The amendment fails. Any member who speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to close on the bill.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I'll close.
The question occurs on passage of resolution HB 1128. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1128 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2365. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2365 by Lopez, relating to the participation and reimbursement of certain military medical treatment facilities and affiliated healthcare providers under Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, thank you very much. I'm here to lay out House Bill 2365, which we refer to as the BAMC bill. This bill would virtually is vitally important to our district in San Antonio, not only my district, but the entire region because of the service that BAMC provides. BAMC, the Brooke Army Medical Center, provides about 85% of the services they provide it to the general public, not the military necessarily. And what this bill would allow is for the military treatment facility to participate in Medicaid providers, function as a Medicare provider, which today it does not. This bill would allow them to do that, to continue delivering the services to our community. I ask your support and passage.
The question occurs on the passage of the resolution HB 2365. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2365 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, we have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the
admit the
House.
messenger, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 504.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider a calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. Object to the motion. Chair hears the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2308. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2308 by Gates relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain his very first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2308 seeks to limit the removal of children from their home when there is an allegation of abuse by the department and CPS
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Murphy, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I think Representative Gates is performing a difficult operation up there. It feels like it's a filibuster. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Do we allow filibusters in the House of Representatives?
Sir, we do not allow filibusters in the Texas House of Representatives.
Well, there may be a point of order coming.
Please bring your point of order down front.
But I want to ask Representative Gates some questions. Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, he does.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Gates, we're investigating this bill here. It's the parent-child relationship. Mr. Gates, do you have any children of your own before you start telling us what we ought to do with our children?
I have a few.
Mr. Gates, I don't think that's a legislative term. Would you mind disclosing to this body?
13 kids.
There may be a prize involved here. Mr. Gates, have you also fostered children?
Well, we've adopted 11 kids.
That is outstanding. Yes. Yes. We're going to need those parenting skills in this chamber. Treating people nice and being respectful. I want to welcome you to the Texas House.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lamont, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is it required by the House rules that when the front mic and the back mic are engaging, that you're able to see the person at the front mic over the speaker?
Are you referring to the speaker or Mr. Gates?
No, sir. Able to see the individual at the front mic underneath the speaker, but above the sound instrument.
Mr. Lamont, I have a very large gavel, and I can throw it about that far.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Does Mr. Lemon have any chance of passing any more legislation?
He does not. Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Gates, is it not true that we both share the city of Katy as representatives in the House?
That's right.
And here I am actively representing the city. Do you come to me and say I can have a little piece of my city, or did you just come and take it yourself?
It was there for the taking.
Well, now, as you know, my unofficial headquarters, Snappies, is actually in your district, so I hope you don't mind if I continue to camp out there. Let me ask you this. You have, what, 100 kids?
We stopped at 13.
I have it on good authority that nobody who isn't one of your children voted for you, yet you still won by a large majority. Is that true?
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, it's very fitting that your first bill should be on the parent-child relationship, and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Biederman, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields.
All right, Representative Gates. I'm sure I ran more than you did this morning. So tell me how many. I ran about 5 blocks. So how far did you run this morning?
Well, it was really just a biking day.
Oh, bike. So how far did you ride?
70 miles.
Wait, 7?
70.
7-0?
70.
How long did that take you?
It takes 3.5 hours.
And what time did you get up to start riding?
2:20.
2:20 in the afternoon?
In the morning.
My gosh. You're amazing, Gary.
Yeah.
I really appreciate serving with you, and I'm glad that you got your first bill here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Manhattan, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields.
So, Representative Gates, I think it's really interesting that my understanding is that you participate in a number of triathlons, correct?
That's right.
Which triathlons have you done?
Well, it's the Ironman distance.
And can you tell the body how many Ironman triathlons you've participated in?
I've done 65 Ironmans.
Okay. Hey, Representative Eddie Lucio, have you heard that? Have you heard how many Ironman triathlons he's got on you? Hey, Representative Gates, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask for a wager here between you and Eddie Lucio to participate in the next Ironman. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Congratulations on your bill.
Gambling is not allowed on the floor of the House. The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill.
Okay.
Back up. We have 2 amendments.
Yes, I have 2 amendments that are acceptable to the author.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment provides that when the department swears an affidavit to the court attesting to the need to remove a child from their home, that the department provide a description of the reasonable efforts required by statute that were made to prevent the need for removal. And I thank Representative Hall for adding this amendment, creating the original language, and I move adoption.
Ms. Ramos sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection. Adopts the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Hey, calm down, calm down. This amendment takes care of a thing where we don't cut relatives out of this process, and also corrects some of the wording to make it match the rest of the code. Move adoption.
Mr. Wu sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection adopts the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill.
I close for passage.
Question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2308. All in favor say aye. Those say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2308 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2063. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2063 by Ordaz Perez, relating to the establishment of a state employee family leave pool.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, HB 2063 supports working families by establishing a family leave pool that allows state employees to voluntarily donate accrued sick and vacation time to give families the support they need to be there for the first crucial weeks of a baby's life after birth. Eligible state employees can also use this time for adoption, foster care, or to care for a sick parent at home. Mr. Speaker, this bill supports working families. I move passage.
Question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2063. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2063 is passed in engrossment. The chair laid out on third reading HB 4534. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4534 by Gates, relating to a study by the Employees Retirement System of Texas of certain state pensions and retirement reforms.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're all aware of the problems facing the employee retirement system. We know that ERS has an unfunded liability of $14.7 billion today, up from $11.7 billion last session. It is not financially stable. It very well could be at $18 billion next session. We need to explore all viable financial solutions to address this crisis. House Bill 4534 would require a comprehensive study by ERS on the potential changes to the system to reduce the unfunded liability and bring financial stability. I worked with members of the Pension Investment Committee to ensure this study includes all options. And if there's no questions, I move for passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 4534. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4534 is passed in engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. The Chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Representative Capriglione, I request permission to introduce a House bill relating to the acquisition of real property or construction of buildings for the purpose of operating the Texas Bullion Depository.
Members, you heard the motion. This motion requires a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Kraus voting aye. Mr. Frank voting aye. Mr. Murphy voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Huberty voting aye. All members voting. There will be 142 ayes, 0 nays. The permission to introduce is granted. The Chair recognizes Mr. Murphy for an announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a reminder for Republicans and those who would like to become a Republican, we have a caucus meeting today in the Speaker's conference room. That's right, you, immediately following upon adjournment. So thank you.
Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? I would also like to add to the previous motion to wish Mr. Cyrier a very happy birthday. The Chair recognizes Dr. Cortez for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a reminder the Committee on Urban Affairs will be having a formal meeting at my desk, desk 62, upon adjournment. Thank you.
The Chair recognizes Mr. Kraus for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session during bill referral today pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection to the motion, Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The Chair recognizes Mr. White for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety and public hearing on Wednesday, May 5th, at 8 a.m. in room E2.012 to consider Senate Bill 69 by Miles relating to prohibiting peace officers from using neck restraints during a search or arrest, and House Bill 821 by White relating to the eligibility for a license to carry a handgun.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection to the motion, Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The Chair recognizes Mr. Kane for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a reminder to the members of the Texas House Elections Committee that our committee photo is going to be out here in the Lady Bird Gardens, like right now. So we're going to head that way.
The following bill on first reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 4670 by Capricorn relating to the acquisition of real property or construction of buildings for the purpose of operating the Texas Bullion Depository, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Parker for a motion.
Speaker and members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services to meet in a public hearing on Wednesday, May 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m. in room E230 to consider HB 4670 by Capricorn relating to the acquisition of real property or construction of buildings for the purpose of operating the Texas Bullion Depository.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection to the motion, chairs, and the motion is adopted. The following bills and resolutions, first reading, referral to committee. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions. Back up, members. Mr. Parker moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral bills until Wednesday at 10 a.m. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. Following the bills and resolution, first reading and referral to committee, the clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 4665 by Sanford relating to the creation of the Raintree Municipal Utility District 1 of Collin County, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 4666 by Anderson relating to the creation of the Lorena Municipal Management District 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Urban Affairs. HB 4667 by Morales and Maverick relating to the transfer of certain state property from the Department of Public Safety to the City of Eagle Pass, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HCR 104 by Hunter requesting the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to create a joint interim committee to study the regulation by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality of pre-production plastic from point and non-point sources, referred to the Committee on House Administration. HR 934 by Frullo, congratulating Genesis D. Walker on being named to 2021 Regional Youth of the Year by the Boys and Girls Club of America, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 935 by Davis, congratulating Dr. Denny D. Davis Sr. on his 30th birthday as pastor of the St. John Church in Grand Prairie, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 936 by Davis, commemorating the 100th anniversary of the St. John's Baptist Church in Grand Prairie, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 937 by Perez, commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Morales Funeral Home in Houston, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 938 by Tallarico, congratulating Cindy Moser-Jaw on her retirement from Round Rock ISD, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 939 by Morales of Harris, honoring Barrio Dogs for its 10 years of service to Houston, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 940 by Morales of Harris, congratulating Judge Richard C. Varr on his retirement as Harris County Justice of the Peace for Precinct 6, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. HR 941 by Munoz, congratulating Xavier Pena on his college acceptance and graduation from Palmview High School and La Jolla ISD, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 942 by Meyer, in memory of Joseph Patrick Tillotson of South Lake, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 943 by Excel, in memory of Deputy Sheriff Matthew Ryan Jones of the Falls County Sheriff's Department, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 944 by Leach, honoring the commitment of the Texas Young Republican Federation Policy Committee during the 87th legislative session, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 945 by Casella, in memory of Dr. Joe Frederick Rick Bennett Jr. of Coolidge, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 946 by Price, commemorating Mother's Day 2021, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 947 by Price, commemorating Mother's Day 2022, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 948 by Price, in memory of Bill P. Knox, longtime editor for the Amarillo Globe News, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 949 by Gonzalez of El Paso, commemorating the 10th anniversary of the relocation of the U.S. Army 1st Armored Division to Fort Bliss in El Paso, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 950 by Price, commemorating Armed Forces Day on May 15, 2021, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 951 by Price, commemorating Armed Forces Day on May 21st, 2022, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 952 by Hernandez, commemorating the 75th anniversary of the incorporation of Jacinto City, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 953 by Price, commemorating Memorial Day 2021, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 954 by Price, commemorating Memorial Day 2022, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 955 by Busey, congratulating Emily Richmond Gilby on her graduation from Southwestern University, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 956 by Spiller, in memory of Darlene Bonner of Jacksboro, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 957 by Spiller, in memory of Roger D. Hensley, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 958 by Ramos, congratulating Carly Joliet on being named a 2021 Richardson ISD Stars Teacher, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 959 by Ramos, congratulating Cassie Starnes on being named a 2021 Richardson ISD Stars Teacher, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 960 by Ramos, congratulating Kenneth Stamp on being named a 2021 Richardson ISD Stars Teacher, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 961 by Ramos, congratulating Heather Pineda on being named a 2021 Richardson ISD Stars Teacher, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 962 by Ramos, congratulating Candic Potick on being named a 2021 Richardson ISD Stars Teacher, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 963 by Frullo, congratulating the Lubbock Christian University women's basketball team on winning the 2021 NCAA Division II National Championship, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 964 by Vasut, in memory of Eddie Foster Roberts Sr. of Bay City, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 965 by Schofield, congratulating Justice Ken Wise of Houston on the 100th episode of the Wise About Texas podcast, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 966 by White, congratulating Rachel Clark on her selection as a senior of significance by Lamar University, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 967 by Herrero, in memory of Sam Keach of Robstown, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 968 by Herrero, in memory of Aaron Lee Ramon of Banquet, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 969 by Morales of Harris, commemorating the completion of the Latina Icons mural in Houston's East End, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 970 by Morales of Harris, congratulating the Honorable Esmeralda Pena Garcia on her retirement from the Houston Municipal Court, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 971 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Brian Lillybridge on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden and State Park Police Officer Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 972 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Cooper L. Wolkin on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 973 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Connor R. Sumbra on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 974 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Mason D. Johnson on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 975 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Curtis W. Brock on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 976 by Morales of Maverick, congratulating Adrian Navarro on his graduation from the 64th Texas Game Warden Cadet class, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 977 by Guillen, recognizing November 23rd, 2021 as Texas Association of Builders Day, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. HR 978 by Oliverson, congratulating Bob Covey, president of the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Board of Trustees, on his receipt of a Distinguished Alumni Award from the Texas State University, referred to the committee on resolutions calendars. SB 59 by Zaffarini, relating to the advertising and promotion of a state purchasing program for local government, referred to the committee on state affairs. SB 1112 SB 112 by West, relating to the requirements of an affidavit supporting the installation and use of a mobile trafficking device, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 149 by Powell, relating to the prosecution of the offensive operation of an unmanned aircraft over certain facilities, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 162 by Blanco, relating to a false statement made to illegally acquire a firearm, creating a criminal offense, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 215 by Betancourt, relating to the creation of the Office of Inspector General of the Texas Education Agency to investigate the administration of public education, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 263 by Menendez, relating to the ability of certain relative caretakers of dependent children to receive supplemental financial assistance and to be assigned as protective payees for financial assistance payments, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 296 by Perry, relating to the date by which a seller must provide resale and exemption certificates to the comptroller in connection with the sale and use tax audit, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 452 by West, relating to prevention and early intervention programs and practices, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 43 by Shortner, relating to biannual report on the investment returns of the Employees Retirement System of Texas and the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 495 by Cold Course, relating to certain rights of crime victims, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 678 by Alvarado, relating to the creation of the Small Business Disaster Recovery Loan Program, referred to the Committee on International Relations and Economic Development. SB 695 by Zaffarini, relating to the service of a notice of assessment by the Texas Workforce Commission under the Texas Unemployment Compensation Act, referred to the Committee on Business and Industry. SB 746 by Miles, relating to requiring the parent of a student enrolled in a school district to provide and update a parent's contact information, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 810 by Cold Course, relating to the course information required to be posted on a public institution of higher education's internet website, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 984 by Shortner, relating to public health disaster and public health emergency preparedness and response, including the operation of the Task Force on Infectious Disease Preparedness and Response, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1065 by Alvarado, relating to coverage for diagnostic imaging for breast cancer under certain health benefit plans, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1136 by Colkhorst, relating to implementation of certain healthcare provider initiatives and measures designed to reduce costs and improve recipient health outcomes under Medicaid, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 1155 by Nelson, relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1165 by West, relating to the appointment in terms of the Board of the Hospital Managers of the Dallas County Hospital District, referred to the Committee on County Affairs. SB 1177 by Birdwell, relating to the establishment of a task force to evaluate state-owned artifact collections, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1204 by Shortner, relating to requiring the inclusion of certain proposals and reports on the actual experience of the Employees Retirement System of Texas and the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 1269 by Whitmire, relating to the Main Street Program administered by the Texas Historical Commission, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1296 by Johnson, relating to the authority of the Commissioner of Insurance to review rates and rate changes for certain health benefit plans, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1359 by Hughes, relating to adoption by law enforcement agencies of a mental health leave policy for peace officers, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 1427 by Betancourt, relating to the applicability of the temporary exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the appraised value of certain property damaged by a disaster, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1428 by Betancourt, relating to the applicability of the exemption to the event of a disaster from certain limitations on the ad valorem tax rate of a taxing unit, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1495 by Huffman, relating to the certain criminal offenses relating to highway and motor vehicles, creating a criminal offense or increasing a criminal penalty, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1508 by Creighton, relating to the establishment of the Election Integrity Division in the Office of the Attorney General, referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 1509 by Creighton, relating to identification requirements for early voting by mail, referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 1521 by Zaffarini, relating to creating a mental health task force to study mental health services provided at institutions of higher education, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1580 by Hancock, relating to the use of securitization by electric cooperatives to address certain weather-related extraordinary costs and expenses, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1589 by Betancourt, relating to the enforcement of laws relating to elections, referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 1602 by Taylor, relating to non-renewal of certain property and casualty insurance policies for the insured failures to cooperate in a claims investigation, settlement, or defense, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1628 by Miles, relating to the authority of the Health and Human Service Commission's Office of the Ombudsman to resolve complaints against the Department of Family and Protective Services, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 1655 by Birdwell, relating to an annual support submitted to the comptroller by a county that imposes certain hotel occupancy taxes, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1701 by Creighton, relating to the allocation of certain appropriated funds to public institutions of higher education in the state, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1801 by Zaffarini, relating to improper unemployment compensation benefits refunded by a claimant to the Texas Workforce Commission, referred to the Committee on Business and Industry. SB 1808 by Colcourse, relating to the regulation of providers of certain Medicaid services to persons with an intellectual or developmental disability, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 1865 by West, relating to an annual permit for certain equipment used to apply paint to roadways, authorizing a fee, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1888 by Creighton, relating to the establishment of certain programs to facilitate early high school graduation and enrollment at public institutions of higher education, and to the repeal of the early high school graduation scholarship program, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1949 by Hancock, relating to qualifications for the directors of the Dallas County Flood Control District 1, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1955 by Taylor, relating to exempting learning pods from certain local governmental regulations, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1990 by Miles, relating to the powers of certain freight rail districts, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2008 by Taylor, relating to the San Jacinto Battleground State Historic Site, authorizing fees, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2012 by Taylor, relating to the offense of operating certain vehicles without a license plate, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2013 by Ina Host relating to a study on administrative penalties assessed against a substance use disorder service provider, and to require the Health and Human Service Commission to provide administrative penalty schedules on the Commissioner's Internet website, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 2050 by Menendez relating to bullying and cyberbullying in public schools, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2066 by Menendez relating to emergent bilingual students in public schools, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2099 by Zaffirini relating to methods by which a claimant may check the status of a claim for unemployment compensation benefits filed with the Texas Workforce Commission, referred to the Committee on Business and Industry. SB 2158 by Campbell relating to requiring the Texas Education Agency to provide identification kits to school districts and open enrollment charter schools for distribution to the parent or legal custodian of certain students, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2183 by Campbell relating to the boundaries of invalidating certain acts and proceedings of the Driftwood Conservation District, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2185 by Ina Hoser relating to procedures for the dissolution of the Hidalgo County Water Improvement District 3, referred to the Committee on Urban Affairs. SB 2190 by Whitmire relating to the prosecution and detention of a juvenile who engages in delinquent conduct or commits a felony offense while committed to the custody of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. SB 2194 by Schwertner relating to the regulation of retail electric providers, referred to the Committee on State Affairs.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, this House stands adjourned.
Bless y'all. God bless Texas. That's the last time Mr. Court.